At 10 o'clock, and I shall resume the inquiry into the appeal made by Bramley Solar Limited against the decision, excuse me, Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council to refuse an application to plan permission for the installation of renewable-led energy generating station. I believe the description there, because you're all familiar with it. This is day 6 of the inquiry. Usual reminders: there is an attendance sheet. If you would all please sign it, make sure it comes back to me. Different day today, but we will take our usual adjournments at an opportune time. And we'll deal today with conditions in a round table session. And then we'll follow that with the closings from the various parties. My closing. I have a few housekeeping and procedural matters. First of all, if you haven't already done it, can the appellant write to the case officer explaining your content with any pre-commencement conditions, just so that your confirmation is in writing. You can also ask parties could email their openings, the latest conditions schedule, and their closings to the case officer at some stage this week. That would be helpful. Thank you.
So do you have a preference for those to come in Word, or is PDF okay?
Word would be preferable. That's okay. And what I was hoping to do, but where the procedural matter was just to finalise the details for the site visit. I thought a few more people might be in the public gallery, but perhaps if someone from the Bramley Solar Residence Group could liaise with the others. Yes. So could we take a few moments to finalise that before you're coming in at this point?
So I was just going to mention that the various residents had picked up some typos in the sheet that we handed up yesterday in terms of how we labelled everything called Brook Vale rather than Brookside Grange, and something to do with the parking. So overnight, Ms. Fitzherbert Green has just done a revised one to replace that, if that's okay.
Yes, if you can hand that up now, that would be helpful. Thanks. Can I discard this one?
Yes, sir.
So recycle?
Yes, I can take it away. What is it?
Thanks, that's it.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay, so nothing else has changed other than a few corrections.
That's my understanding, sir. Yeah, just literally those corrections I mentioned. And so it would remain ID 17.
Yeah. Okay, so if you can keep that revised plan in front of you, in terms of who will come along to the accompanied part of the site visit, first of all, from the appellant's side, does Mr. Asquith go?
It'll be Ben Cruz from LDA Design. CROOT.
From the council?
So you indicated keenness, which we understand, to start early. It was going to be Mr. Wakefield, but he travels for some distance away, so Ms. Fitzherbert Green is going to do it, and we're very happy with that, provided that you are.
What time would it suit Mr. Wakefield?
I think we've made those arrangements now, as I understand it. I think he's been stood down. Yes.
So, sorry, Herbert.
Ms. Fitzherbert Green.
Okay. Now, accepting those people whose properties I'm going to visit, who We'll come along on behalf of the residents.
A gentleman called Simon Mahaffey, who you can
Okay.
and possibly myself. Each of the homeowners are actually going to be there.
Yeah, so that they would need to get access. So did you say you were going to come along as well?
Probably.
Mr. Harrison?
That's correct.
Okay, well, just looking at the itinerary at the moment, then, as I say, I'm going to do, well, with your agreement, I'm going to do part of the site visit accompanied, and the rest unaccompanied. Now, as far as the accompanied site visit is concerned, parties can point out matters of fact, but I won't hear further discussion on the merits or otherwise of the appeal, so it's not an opportunity to rehearse your arguments again or to give me new points. When that happens, I develop a brisk walking style and get well out of earshot. So the accompanied part of the visit then, given that there is an outlier, as it were, in terms of the property, it may mean a bit of travelling by road, possibly using a car. But what I thought was, if you look at points 6 to 12, which also, well, 6, 10, 11, 4, 5, and 12, and some viewpoints, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties in amongst that. So that's 6 on Brownlee Road, going along Brownlee Road towards Three Ashes and ending up at 12 in the viewpoint from Willow Cottage. I thought I could do that accompanied, given that we have still 10, quite a few private dwellings as part of that. And we also have to come down to, there's another property ringed beside number 9. So another person who's requested a visit.
Yeah.
Okay, and which visit is that?
That's Minchens farmhouse.
Minchens farmhouse, that is number, yeah, okay. So, as I said, I thought we could meet somewhere in between 12 and 6, either at 12 and then walk into 6. Appreciate that means walking back again, and take in those properties and then drive from there to number 9, or is that wholly impractical? Are these some local knowledge?
I think the parking, if I may, what's been suggested is that you park at number 10, which is Brookside, because there's ample off-road parking. And then if you want to walk around, unfortunately, the road along there is almost all single track, and there's nowhere to park. So the suggestion is you park at number 10, walk up, and then back to it.
How many cars would there be? I'd need to arrive by car. Pilot, car, council, car, and yeah. Would there be parking for that?
Absolutely.
So if we arrange to meet, when you say park at number 10, so there's a car park north along Minchens Lane.
No, I'm suggesting, sorry, number 10 is Brookside Grange. I'm suggesting both in my garden. Not garden.
Okay.
There's ample off-road, there's ample parking.
Okay, that's your property and you're happy that.
Yes.
So if we arrange tomorrow morning to park there and start the accompanied section at 9, does 9 o'clock suit or is that too early? I just want to maximize daylight hours, so I'll be walking around there and I also want to go up to the Silchester area, so I want as daylight as I can possibly get. Okay, so if we agree to meet at 9 o'clock, Brookside Grange. And if we start there, take in the viewpoints, visit the properties between there and number 12. I appreciate walking along it's country lane, but I can't see any other option. Are parties content with that?
I suggest Hyman's jackets, that's all.
Okay, well, I have a very garish pin supplied high vis. If anyone else feels they wish to wear high vis, by all means do so. We then just need to retrace our steps back to where we've parked.
Yes.
Okay, and then after that, I'll go off and do the rest unaccompanied. Are the parties content with that?
We would like Mr. Mahaffey to come with you because he has some which that he'd like to show.
He has some what, sorry?
He has some pictures that he wants to show some things.
Well, that's further evidence. I can't do that.
No, it's already been submitted. He just wants.
Even so, I can't rehearse, go back over arguments that have already been covered within the room. It would suit me better to do that unaccompanied rather than be accompanied. If Mr. Mahaffey comes along, then I have to insist that others come along as well.
I personally, I would like Mr. Mahaffey to accompany you. It's at all possible.
It is, but let me re-emphasise that it's an accompanied site visit, so therefore I won't hear any further discussion.
That's completely.
Sorry, I think the issue is only to make sure that you are aware exactly the point where the photographs and other images that have been already presented to the inquiry are taken from. That's all. That's the only reason for it.
Okay. In that case, Fitzherbert Green, the residents group are asking that the entire visit is accompanied. Would you be able to be in attendance for the full site visit?
I can be attendance in full, yes. Yeah, that's fine.
From the appellant side?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Croots will be available all day.
Okay. In that case, we could still take up your offer of using your parking. Still do the same route initially, and then afterwards come back and from number 10 to the circular route.
Thank you.
Okay. I certainly won't be dressed like this, and I suggest you don't come in your best Devon Tucker, as it were, either.
Wellington boots are
Suitable footwear and suitable walking. I would say, I don't know what the forecast is for tomorrow. I suspect it'll be like this.
Rain.
So yeah, come prepared for rain just in case. As I say, I'd like to go and look further afield, and I'll do that unaccompanied. If that's okay.
That's perfect.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Philby, you going to?
No, it wasn't said. Just agreeing with you doing the bits unaccompanied that you want to.
Okay. Was there anything else on the site visits and the itinerary?
As part of that walk, could you just please reiterate that you'll be walking both ways along the public rights of way across fields 1 and 2? Will you be going north-south as well as south-north?
That's the arrow between 1 and 2.
The arrow across field 1.
This one?
Yes, and also across field 2.
This one?
Well, not. That one's just one way. That's fine.
Oh,
but
sorry,
yes, indeed. Will you be doing both of those both ways?
Well, I'll be accompanied by the party. So, what you're suggesting is walk that way and then walk back.
It doesn't have to be accompanied both ways, obviously, but it's important that you see the views from both perspectives as a walker.
Okay, well, I can do that.
Thank you.
The second bit I'll do unaccompanied. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And if Mr. Mahaffey remains, be of that tomorrow. Yes. Any other points regarding the site visit? Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we turn then to our discussion on the suggested conditions. Now, I explained that this doesn't prejudice any particular parties or anyone in this case regarding debate and submitted so far in evidence. I haven't made up my mind. It doesn't say that anyone's case is diminished by having this discussion. It will be a round table discussion, so I'll just bring various people into the discussion as we progress. What I suggest we do, if the council could introduce each condition and say why they feel it's necessary, then I'll open it up for discussion.
So thank you. Just before we start, you remember ID 16 yesterday, the notes submitted on the construction and transport management plan that you may have had an opportunity to look at. And the point made in there about the bridge that will be needed during construction over the brook, and the issue of traffic crossing over the footpaths and how that should be dealt with as part of the conditions. So I said that we would have a note to respond to that. Our transport consultants have produced that, so I have that to give you now. My learned friend and Mr. Anstice have both had a copy of that note. That has prompted us to redraft condition 22 with some alternative wording, just to ensure that those matters that are highlighted in ID 16 are essentially set out explicitly within the condition. I think Mr. Anstice has had a discussion with Mr. Asquith this morning. Mr. Anstice, I understand, has also drafted a condition. So certainly I think there's agreement between us. It can be dealt with by condition. It's just the form of wording that takes. So if I may, I'll pass those to you now. We also have a copy of the PPG on conditions, which you may have access to electronically. Just may help throughout the discussions to have a paper copy of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I can give these a live free reference.
Well, the appellant's note would certainly be ID 18. I don't know if you want that all as ID 18, sir, or you want separate numbers.
Separate numbers would be better.
I think the PPG is in the core documents, the condition section at 101. So it's Herbert Green is bringing to me.
We can give it an ID number then, but the other two ID
19, I suppose. So the next one, and I'm not sure that I've got copies of exactly what those were. So one of them was the draft, the appellant's draft condition, I think 22, and then the other one, sorry, sir,
Was the response note?
that's ID 18. And then the condition is ID 19.
Yeah,
I don't think I've got the draft condition for the response.
Okay, right.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah, maybe I think Ms. Fitzpatrick brings, but actually, don't worry.
Oh.
Sorry. She's in charge of conditions.
I must confess the one I followed, I don't know about which one I suppose when I did follow this one just because the conditions were easier to read on it, but which are you using this document as well, which is ID 9?
I've got the tracked changes version in front of me, but I've got the in version of the system.
Given there are so many versions floating around, I appreciate some of the conditions are quite long. Might be best just to read them so that we're all looking at the same condition. I was looking at ID 9, but there may be versions.
So I'm leaving this to Ms. Fitzpatrick Green in this session. So I'm in her hands.
Okay. You'd like to introduce the conditions then?
So in turning to the conditions, so condition 1 is the condition introducing or securing the drawings. I'm happy to run through each drawing and its reference number if that's of assistance.
I'll just check with others. Are you content with that condition? Do you feel there are any omissions from it? First of all, Ms. Francis?
We're looking at condition 1A.
Pardon?
We're looking at condition 1A, is what we're doing.
Yes, we'll look at it. I don't think that not that many differences between A and B, so if we use A to begin with, then we can,
I think my only comment is that in our original amended document, we suggested that where there were repetitions in B, that we just transfer everything from A to B. That made sense to you? Because there are two sets of conditions here, one for the originally refused scheme and one for the amended scheme.
yes.
Yes, so I think they will just repeat the same one.
Okay, and you contend that if looking at Schedule A, Condition 1, the drawings condition, you contend that it covers all the necessary drawings?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and who's dealing with it on the appellant side?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Condition 1, I can give a tick. Condition 2 then?
So condition 2, the development hereby permitted shall be begun before the expiration of 3 years from the date of this planning permission. That's a standard condition controlling timescales.
Art is content with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So forgive me, I should probably introduce Richard Mears to you, who's at the end of the table assisting Mr. Asquith, so that you can take a note of his name. It's Richard Mears, MEARS. He's MRTPI. And he's an associate of Savills.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir, I should have done that to start with.
Condition 3?
So condition 3 addresses the temporary period. So if I just read that, the development hereby permitted shall be for a temporary period only to expire 40 years and 6 months after the, originally we had a first export date. There has since been discussion to say after 6 months after the commencement of the development. Written confirmation of the first export date should be provided to the local planning authority within 1 month after the event.
Okay. Was there a reason for changing the first export date to commencement?
Yes, sir. Yes, so the comment that's returned to is that the alteration proposal is not agreed by the appellant with the inspector's attention drawn to, etc. After the condition 2, which allows for 3 years for the panels to be put in place, if they are, for whatever reason, not then commissioned and do not have any export, then they could remain in place indefinitely, as currently drafted.
Okay, any other comments on changing?
Yeah, so our response and confirming that we're not in agreement with the suggested changes as set out. The only point to add to that really is a standard condition. The planning practice guidance on solar renewables is clear that a temporary condition from first export date is acceptable.
What might help me to give someone work is if there could be another draft of the conditions that comes out of this session with the comments of each party. So I've got the comments from the Rule 6, comments from the appellant if you're not agreeing with that, and perhaps even from the council if there's further disagreement. So condition 3 seems to be agreed with the exception of first export date appearing in the second line. Can someone keep a track of?
So if it assists, you'll recall the table of conditions that were handed in, which I think does exactly that. I'm not sure there's anything's moved on. You'll see where we are, condition 3, just for example, you'll see that the word commencement in the second column is underlined.
ID 10 has all of those. Just there is a disagreement. I'm just concerned there might be some more come forward.
Well, there might be, but I mean I think that's at the moment that's out the position of the party that you're hearing.
Okay, well, yeah, so I'll put my view on that. Condition 4.
So So condition 4 addresses the decommissioning. And if I read as originally agreed, is if the solar farm hereby permitted ceases to operate for a continuous period of 12 months, then a scheme for the decommissioning and removal of the solar farm and ancillary equipment, together with the restoration of the site, shall be submitted within 6 months at the end of the cessation period to the local planning authority for written approval. And the scheme shall make provision for the removal of the solar panels and associated above ground works approved under this permission. The management and timing of any works, a traffic management plan to address the likely traffic impact issues during the decommissioning period, an environmental management plan to include details of measures to be taken during the decommissioning period to protect wildlife and habitats, details of site restoration and an implementation timetable. Decommissioning of the site shall be carried out in accordance with the approved scheme. As you will see from the table that you have, there have been a number of comments and additional sections requested.
Okay, so I'll come to you first, Mr. Francis. You want to explain your comments on this?
Yes, so the comments from the appellant in terms of the archaeological management plan, we can agree. So that I think can be removed.
So you're no longer asking for that clause?
Exactly.
Okay.
I think that the Rule 6 party position on the soil proposal should remain. Because of the context of this condition, as opposed to the context of the others that are mentioned in the appellant's comments.
Okay, so an archaeological management plan to include details of, et cetera, you're happy that that can be deleted from this condition. But details of the site and soil restoration to bring the land back, et cetera, you wish to see that clause inserted?
Because of the context of the condition.
Okay, let me get a comment then from the appellant on that.
I don't know whether the R6 party would also want to provide comment on the inclusion of the recycling and disposal of any toxic materials before responding in full.
Comment on that, Mr. Francis?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, you've also added in a clause where you've asked for a method statement for the recycling and disposal of any toxic material.
Yes, and that we would seek to remain as well. I think the reason for that is because we have no bond, we have no unilateral agreement, we have no guarantee on any of the decommissioning proposals, and we are relying on a condition. And if we're not even relying on a condition and instead it's just going to regulations, I don't think it covers it in that.
Our response really is covered in the third column. Conditions don't need to replicate other regulations and other legislation in regards to the recycling. That's covered. It's covered in our response. And we'll get on to condition 33, the soil management plan as well, which we think covers that second point on soil restoration.
I think there's two further points to pick up on that as well, sir, in that there's a requirement within this condition proposed by Mr. Anstis for the recycling and disposal of toxic materials. Well, not all materials will be capable of being recycled, and not all of them will be disposed if they will be recycled. So it lacks specificity in that respect, but primarily that's going to be dealt with by the waste, electrical and electronic regulations. The point about the site and soil restoration to bring the land back to at least the same protected capacity, well, of course, there is the soils management plan, but in addition, that also lacks specificity as part of a condition.
Yeah, did you want to come back on any of that, Mr. Francis?
I don't think so, except to disagree.
Okay.
So
Condition 5.
Condition 5 additionally addresses the decommissioning of the site and states within a period of 39 years and 6 months following the first export date, a scheme for the decommissioning of the solar farm and its ancillary equipment and restoration of the site should be submitted to for approval by the local planning authority, except in the event that condition 4 has been triggered and decommissioning has been completed. The scheme shall incorporate the criteria set out within condition 4 as a minimum. The decommissioning of the site shall be carried out in accordance with the approved scheme and the reasons given below.
Okay, and Mr. Ansis, do you want to explain the amendment you're seeking?
Yes, sir. So the timing needs to allow for early decommissioning from cessation. The appellant's comments on our amendments do not consider reasonable to provide decommissioning methods before the commencement of development, best practice, recycling methods, etc. And the council agrees. But the timing as drafted doesn't allow for any early decommissioning from cessation. So the purpose for the prior to the commencement of development is to deal with that.
So can you think the condition was drafted without your amendment doesn't allow for the early decommissioning?
Because it says within a period of 39 years and 6 months following first export date. So if, for example, it is no longer needed within 1 year of construction, if it stops performing, there's nothing in there to allow for that.
Now, have you looked at the conditions in their entirety in case there's another condition that does cover that? So having done that, you still feel that?
Yes, because this is to do with producing a scheme for decommissioning in good time.
You're concerned that if within a period, I can't remember what the wording is, but if it's built and it's up and running in 4 years' time, it stops producing for a 12-month period, and therefore the condition for decommissioning kicks in, you feel that
this condition
for that within the conditions as drafted without that sentence being added?
Yes, because this condition is about the scheme for decommissioning, the timing of that. And the timing of it should precede the decommissioning.
Okay. Does the council have any view on that?
I would just draw your attention, sir, to condition 4, where that refers to the cessation of a continuous period. So, for example, if the solar farm was there and it stopped operating, then you have that scheme. This condition 5 triggers the end of that total period in which the application is applied for. So that ends that 3-year period. So we've got both covered.
I think it's very straightforward that I understand that that's the purpose of it. But as drafted, it specifically says 39 years and 6 months. It doesn't refer to any earlier period, and therefore the scheme would not have to be produced.
From the appellant side?
Well, if the solar farm was to cease generating prior to that 39 years and 6 months, then it would cease generating for 6 months. Condition 4 would then become obligatory upon the solar farm operator, and then condition 4 would effectively bite, wouldn't it? So I'm in full agreement with the LPA, really, that condition 4 or condition 5 cover the decommissioner.
Okay, well, I have the views on it. I have the for that. Condition 6.
So condition 6, so the solar farm and its ancillary equipment shall be dismantled and removed from the site and the land restored in accordance with the approved decommissioning and restoration scheme within a period of 40 years and 6 months following the first export date. Again, that addresses the timescale for actually having it decommissioned.
Okay, Ms. Francis?
We're happy to remove the and all toxic materials recycled, but would keep the same reference to commencement of development or within 12 months of the cessation period, whichever is the earlier, for the same reason. And also to keep the word farmed.
Okay, so you're happy to remove and all toxic materials recycled, but you wish to keep 40 or 6 months following the commencement of the development or within 12 months from the cessation period, whichever is the earlier. As a belt and braces, because you've already got a condition which sets that out, but you feel it's necessary to spell that out in this
It's because it's in the context of this condition and what it requires it to be.
Okay, Mr. Mears.
So, in regards to following the commencement of the development, that wouldn't be consistent if you were minded to agree with our drafting of the earlier conditions. So, I don't really want to go over that point again. So, I'll leave it for you to consider really, because we were asking from first explore the operational lifetime. So, there's obviously a conflict with earlier conditions.
Condition 7.
Condition 7 addresses the external appearance of the development. So, notwithstanding the approved plans prior to the erection on site, details of the proposed materials and finish, including colour of all the solar panels, frames, ancillary buildings, equipment and enclosures, shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details and be maintained as such for the lifetime of the proposed development. And that is in the absence of the full details being provided within the context of the application.
My first nitpicking point, it's not, important, I suppose, rather than notwithstanding the approved plans, I just thought it might have been clear to say notwithstanding condition 1, because everything is listed in condition 1. And if there was to be an appeal against conditions for that reason, you've got it listed. Are copies content to change that to condition 1?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've a few.
Yes, and I think this one's easy. I think the appellant has agreed to all of those proposed amendments subject to the word position being moved, and we can agree that.
So we'll delete the word position.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mears?
Yes, happy with that amendment.
Okay, so condition 8.
Condition 8, all containers on site shall be sited at ground level and no containers shall be stacked. That is having regard to the landscape character.
Okay, I'm just happy with that condition. Condition 9, I thought it repeated itself, so perhaps it could be. It says the development shall be carried out in accordance with the details contained within, and then it says the development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details. I hate to say it. Condition 9.
Sorry, I do apologise. I didn't catch your comment there.
I just thought it was quite repetitious the way it's set out, so maybe you want to change it slightly.
It's very true. Yes, it is repetitive. I quite agree there. Just looking at the development should be carried out in accordance with the details contained within the landscape and ecological management plan prepared by Abarki Limited, dated December 2021, document reference R009. So that end sentence, I agree, is repeated. What I'm just looking at with my colleague here is whether or not that landscape and ecological management plan had actually been updated as part of the appeal process. So that would be picked up in Schedule 2, Schedule B.
I think this may be one of the conditions which changes between the original scheme and the appeal scheme, because condition 9 of Schedule B has reference to the 2022 draft landscape and ecological management plan rather than the December 21 one, which I think is targeted at the original scheme. That's just a difference to pick up between the two schemes.
Okay, and is that picked up in the Schedule B condition? Has that got the?
So that has the 2022 version in it, yeah, just the pure version.
Okay. Now, Mr. Francis, you wanted the reason changed. All my time of doing discussion on conditions, I've never had anyone ask the council to change the reason for the condition.
That would be the first. So, firstly, on that deletion of the sentence, I agree. Secondly, for the differential between scheme A and scheme B, I agree. And in the reasons that I'm happy to accept the appellant's proposal to change it to the word works.
So within the reason, it's the council's reason, but yeah,
There won't be reasons on your decisions, will there, associated with the conditions, so it's not here nor there.
yeah. If something is allowed on appeal, well, there would be reasons, but it would be within a paragraph within the body of any decision, and it wouldn't go into the amount of detail that's there. So that's the point that's been raised.
I appreciate that, sir. I think the word enhancements rather rankle for the party.
Okay, thank you for that. That was condition 9. Condition 10.
Condition 10 addresses the scheduling of planting. This is another condition that varies slightly between the two sets of conditions where details have been updated. If I just read the original version, so it was notwithstanding the details contained within the Bramley Frith planting schedule 1 of 2 and the Bramley Frith planting schedule 2 of 2, within 6 months from the commencement of development, final soft landscaping detail should be submitted to the local planning authority for approval in writing. The development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved planting schedules, in accordance with the first planting and seeding season following the first export of electrical power from the site, or in accordance with the timetable to be agreed. Any trees or plants which within a period of 5 years from the date of planting die, are removed or become seriously damaged or diseased shall be replaced in the next planting season with others of similar size and species.
Okay. Mr. Francis, you have a few amendments suggested.
Yes, sir. So the appellant's response is that the planting itself must be in the first season post completion. No problem with that, but the agreement for that should be before.
Mr. Mears?
So, sorry, just to clarify, what did the Rural 6 Party agree with the agreement that it would be post-construction then? I didn't quite understand the answer to this.
Yes, so the planting, we agree, can be post completion in the following season post completion of the development. But the agreement of how it is going to be planted should be submitted prior to commencement.
On that basis, we have no comments, sir.
Do you content with the amendment suggested? Okay, and condition 11.
So condition 11 is prior to the first.
Sorry, sir. I do apologise. There is an additional comment on condition 10. And that is in terms of the timescale for ensuring the landscaping remains effective. So this is the appellant has requested the timescale for tree and planting replacements to be altered from 5 to 15 years. Council originally suggested that the request of the timescale remain at 5 years to ensure that landscaping becomes and remains effective at the earliest opportunity having regard to landscape character and biodiversity net gain. And we agree with that. So we think it should be 5 years, not 15.
Okay. Okay, so as far as condition 10 is concerned, the residents group have suggested certain amendments which the appellant is happy with the exception of the 15-year period, which the Rule 6 party is happy to change to 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
So can I just come back on that? I think probably there's been a misunderstanding. What we're not saying that if a tree dies in year 1, that we're going to take until year 15 to replace it. That's dealt with by the condition. It's replacing the next planting season with others of similar size and species. The point is we will do that for 15 years. So I would have thought that the Rule 6 party would be content with the longer period rather than the shorter period offered.
The standard landscaping condition would normally be for a period of 5 years. What the appellant is suggesting, you're going to stretch that to 15 to replace some of the dies back. So that's a better situation to be in.
I see. Yes, I did misunderstand that actually. So yes, I'm happy with 15.
Okay. So condition 11.
So condition 11 addresses the nature area. So prior to the first export of electrical power from the site, details shall be submitted to the local planning authority for approval in writing to deliver and manage the permissive footpath through the nature area and a field 2. As a minimum, details shall include all surface details and any wayfarer markers, implementation timetable and details of the long-term responsibilities for management and maintenance to provide for the long-term amenity of this path. All hard landscape work should be carried out in accordance with the approved details.
Okay, and Francis, you've suggested some amendments which the appellant seems to be happy with. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and I think the appellant additionally requests that the reason for the condition reverts to the original wording. I said earlier about that. But the wording as proposed will ensure that over 40 years the reason for it is remembered at least.
Okay, well, as explained, as far as reasons are concerned, I wouldn't
understand.
report in that sort of detail. Okay, and condition 12.
Condition 12, within 6 months from the commencement of development, hard landscaping details shall be submitted to the local planning authority for approval in writing. As a minimum, details shall comprise details of the seating and waste bins for the nature area, any wayfarer markers, site interpretation boards and any other site signage, the new bridge to the nature area for the off-road section of Brenda Parkway. In addition, details shall include an implementation timetable and responsibilities for management and maintenance to provide for the long-term amenity of the nature area. All hard landscape works shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details prior to the first export of electrical power from the site or in accordance with the timetable agreed with the local planning authority.
Okay, so there are a few minor amendments which the appellant seems happy with. Is that the case?
Yes, sir.
Where a condition has changed from being within 6 months to being a pre-commencement, can you cover that in your email you send to the case officer as one of the conditions you're content with regarding pre-commencement? Okay. And condition 13.
Condition 13 relates to trees, so stating, notwithstanding the details submitted, no development including site preparation, temporary access, construction, stroke widening, material storage or construction works shall commence until a final scheme for tree protection prepared in accordance with the BS standard trees in relation.
Can I stop you there? this is a very long condition. Everyone will have read it. My preference is for conditions to be as concise as possible. Basically, that's not always possible, but this one seems to be very long. I'll leave that for the parties to ponder. The other thing I would say about this, and there are other conditions to which this might apply, is that we're talking about, excuse me, if permission was granted, permission that would last for 40 years. Now, you're referring to a British standard as it stands at the moment. So how do you future-proof a condition like this, as it were? Is there some form of words you can use so that, well, you know, if the British standards change or are replaced by something else, can you pick up on that? I'll put that into the mix for you to think about. So rather than read all of that, because it is, I think you'd be hoarse by the end of it. Are there any comments? Just let me go through.
So we would have a comment on how to address what you've just mentioned, which I think is a very good point.
Okay, so other than that, understanding this is probably one of the longest conditions on the schedule, this is one for which the parties were in agreement. Any views on what I have just said, first of all, from the council?
I mean, maybe if we remove the reference to the British standard, as you suggest, and
Because any assessment of the details that come in, our officers would look at the standard as a matter of course. Anyway.
Okay, and from the appellant?
Yes, we would be agreeable to that. So,
Isn't it an absolute? Control, so it's just, yeah, agriculture will be dealt with by for that.
I'm just wondering, although the scheme will obviously last for 40 years, if this is discharged in the near future, then it's probably not so much of a concern, albeit one could add in or any replacement guidance after the British standard just to make sure that it's covered. As to it being too long, I think that's more a substantive issue of redrafting.
I mean, when I read it, I thought, well, perhaps some of those clauses are necessary, but it's a very long condition.
Yeah. So our comment would be exactly as the appellant just suggested, that because the idea is it would be done soon, or that, as you say, the scheme will last longer. This is likely to be earlier, so I would accept that as amended. Whatever standard this is apparent at the time. But I think, isn't it possible to put all these, they're all very important, all these items. Is it possible to put them into a separate document, which is then agreed between the parties, and then the commission refers to that document? We wouldn't want to see any of these removed, put it that way.
Okay, well, I'm content with the condition as it's drafted, and if you feel all of those are necessary clauses, then okay. So condition 14.
Condition 14 is to deal with wildlife and protection and mitigation. So notwithstanding the submitted information prior to the commencement of development, a wildlife protection and mitigation plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The wildlife protection and mitigation plan shall be informed by Chapter 6 Mitigation Enhancements of the Ecological Impact Assessment by BSG Ecology dated December 2021. No development or other operations shall take place other than in complete accordance with the approved Wildlife Enhancement and Mitigation Plan. If a habitat or other landscape feature is removed or damaged in contravention of the approved plan, a scheme of remedial action within a timetable for implementation shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority within 28 days of the incident. The scheme of remedial action must be approved by the local planning authority before practical completion of the development and implemented in accordance with the approved timetable.
Okay, and this is necessary to ensure the wildlife protection mitigation plan submitted and approved in writing. The first amendment by the residence script. I mean, whether it's all about punctuation, really, isn't it? Whether it's a preposition or a comma.
Yes, and in terms
I
of
was a
the
pedant, but
apologies for being a pedant. So, in terms of offence, which is probably the more pertinent one, the appellant comments that the operator is likely to want to do it anyway. We appreciate that, but it's over a 40-year period. We have no idea who that operator will be in the future, and it is to protect the wildlife from harm. If the fence is partially down, it could cause problems, and we mentioned that. So we prefer the fence to that item to be put back in as a fence.
any view on the word fence being inserted?
So we're happy for the word fence to be included.
Okay. $15 then.
Addition 15 relates to external lighting and states no external lighting other than low-level lighting required on ancillary buildings during occasional maintenance and inspection visits shall be erected / used on site.
Okay. And Mr. Anstice, you wish to see it amended?
Yes, and the appellant agrees. So
So that's correct.
Condition 16.
Condition 16 relates to drainage and states the development shall be carried out in accordance with the Bramley Frith Solar Farm Flood Risk and Drainage Strategy prepared by RMA Environmental, dated November 2020, document reference R010. Any changes to the approved documentation must first be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority in consultation with the Environment Agency and the lead local flood authority. Any revised details submitted for approval must include a technical summary highlighting any changes, updated detailed drainage drawings and detailed drainage calculations.
Okay, and that appears to be agreed between the parties. Is that the case?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Condition 17.
17 again relates to drainage, stating prior to the first electrical export from the site, details for long-term maintenance arrangements for the surface water drainage system shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The submitted details shall include maintenance schedules for each drainage feature, type and ownership, details of protective measures. The development shall be carried out and thereafter maintained in accordance with the approved details.
The suggested amendment is looking at a pre-commencement condition and the appellant is happy with that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, condition 18, the first sentence kind of lost its way in syntax or grammatically. But it reads, no development shall commence brackets including site preparation and groundworks until the local planning authority has been submitted to, approved in writing, professionally qualified archaeologist. Means that the planning authority has been submitted to an archaeologist seeking approval. Can you rearrange the words? Is that what you meant?
So I have no development shall commence, including site preparation and any groundworks, until the local planning authority has been informed in writing of the name of the professionally qualified archaeologist, rather than the submitted to and approved in writing.
Okay, that's better. So yes.
That's what I have. Who will undertake a trial trenching evaluation within those areas to be affected by substantive elements of groundworks, such as access tracks, compounds and cabling trenches. Such evaluation shall include provision for investigation and recording where required and be subject to conditions stated in a written scheme of investigation that has first been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority in consultation with the county archaeologist. The written scheme of investigation shall detail the methodology and timetable for site investigation and subsequent archaeological mitigation, whether preservation or recording, in order to recognise, characterise and record any archaeological potential that may exist, as well as confirming the reporting process for the results. No work shall commence until the local planning authority has confirmed in writing that the proposed archaeologist is suitable.
Okay, now, Mr. Ann says you're changing the wording back to the wording. I didn't think it made any sense.
You're right, sir. And what I was trying to do is to replace the words being informed in writing of the name law, because that doesn't apply.
You wish the council to have control over who was appointed?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So I could attempt to reword it to say that no development shall commence until a professionally qualified archaeologist, etc., to the word trenches, has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority.
So you're happy that the appellant can nominate a professionally qualified archaeologist and let the council know of that fact, or you say no, the council should have control over who is appointed?
The second. So the appellant can nominate, but the local planning authority should approve it in writing. Should approve.
Mr. Mears.
So I think that's reasonable to approve in writing. I would make a couple of very small changes just to make it flow better throughout it. First of all, rather than professionally qualified archaeologist, I would replace archaeologist with archaeological contractor, just because these are usually organisations rather than individuals.
We would have no problem with that.
And secondly, because the condition then goes on to make reference to written schemes of investigation that also include the timetable for site investigation and subsequent archaeological mitigation, whether preservation or recording, I would change the wording earlier on from a trial trenching evaluation to a programme of archaeological works. That's the standard wording that goes in such conditions, just to make sure that it covers the subsequent stage as well, whatever that may be. And as such, I would then change I think it's the second sentence, which begins, such evaluation, would then read such works.
We can agree to that, sir.
That's just to bring it more in line with the standard wording of archaeological conditions.
Okay, and how does the first sentence work then? Because at the moment, the suggestion is no development shall commence, including site preparation and groundworks, until the local planning authority has been submitted to and approved in writing a professionally qualified archaeologist.
Right, have a go at that, sir. I think it needs to be reordered. So no development shall commence, including site preparation and early groundworks, until a professionally qualified archaeological contractor who will undertake, etc., to the word trenches, has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority.
Condition. Archaeological contractors. Yeah. That's a simple way of doing it.
Yes, absolutely, because it's getting
Same thing. So I think a more straightforward way of doing it is the final sentence, no work shall commence until the local planning authority is confirmed in writing that the proposed change archaeologist to archaeological contractor is suitable. I think that achieves the same outcome. So the final sentence of edition 18, and it says in the version I've got, no work shall commence until the local planning authority is confirmed in writing that the proposed archaeologist is suitable. Change the word archaeologist to archaeological contractor, and then that achieves the outcome I think Mr. Anstice is hoping for.
Just to respond to that, I think that creates a conflict within the condition, because the first part would then say it shall not commence until it has been informed in writing, whereas the second part says it shan't commence until the authority is confirmed in writing. It seems there are two requirements there. I'm just trying to combine it into one, which is very clear.
Are you saying that there's no need for the opening sentence because it's covered by that final sentence? It just strikes me as rather cumbersome the way it's written at the moment.
I think we're just trying to make it simpler. I think Mr. Anstis's suggestion makes a really long sentence.
Could you have a look at it over the lunch?
So I think this is one to take away between us and try and come up with a solution.
Because I think we're in agreement. It's just the grammar.
Right. I absolutely understand what Mr. Stoughton said about programme of archaeological works. We might just have to check with Dr. Massey on that point of his instructions, because my understanding that it was specific reference to trial trenching evaluation that was of some significance, and so it may just be that we have a reference to that as well, and that would cover it. But I'm sure we can go on with some other words.
Okay, so we defer that to be looked at perhaps over lunch, and if not over lunch, then come to the case officer in the next few days. Once you've managed to speak to.
So I'm sure we can sort that out in the next day.
Okay. And we'll park that one for now. Okay, how are we doing coffee-wise? Does anyone want a 15-minute coffee break? Are you happy to press on? Appreciate you've been working for most of the morning. And if you can...
I'd be happy to press on if we can get through this, and then maybe an extended break to print and then start.
Okay, let's do that. Condition 19.
Condition 19 sticks with the archaeology, so stating a post-investigation assessment and final report must be completed in accordance with the programme set out and the approved written scheme of investigation, and shall include provision for analysis, publication, dissemination of results. The investigation shall be carried out in accordance with the details so approved, again prior to any site preparation works. A copy of the report shall be submitted to the local planning authority within 6 months of the archaeological fieldwork being completed.
Okay, Mr. Anstis, you've asked for a slight amendment to the...
Yes, sir. It is that the investigation must precede the site preparation works. There's no definition of preparatory works, and we refer to what we will come to, which is this condition 22 and 23.
And that's why you want the words prior to any development inserted.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Mears?
So this relates to post-investigation assessment. Post-excavation assessment is a secondary process whereby you finished works on site, so it can't be tied up in this way. What I would suggest is we try and tie up the requirement for post-ex analysis in a single condition, which I'm pretty sure we can do with some standard wording over lunchtime. So this issue is wrapped up in a single condition with the other which you've asked us to look at.
So what you're saying is this is a cart before horse situation?
Yes, post-excavation analysis is a particular thing which makes provision for further detailed analysis of
And
finds.
if you were to submit it prior to commencement, it could change completely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, would it be helpful to leave this one for the discussion for lunchtime? So condition 20.
So condition 20, we're now moving into transport matters. So stating the development shall be carried out in accordance with the construction work and travel plan, reference dated April 2021.
Parties appear content with that one. And condition 21.
21. No development or other operations, including site preparation and any groundworks, shall commence on site until full details of the permitted traffic management measures, the hours of operation and clauses to execute traffic management at the junction of Minchens Lane stroke the street, including actually traffic controls, have been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority pursuant to an agreement to be made under section 278 of the Highways Act 1980 between the developer and the local planning authority.
Okay. And do you need an implementation clause in that one? Development carried out in accordance with the approved details. They're not using this case. We're asking for full details to be submitted.
I would agree that that does need including.
Mr. Answer?
Yes, so we would agree on the implementation clause is needed. And the reason why we've just removed the word on site is I hope it's self-evident that there are some works that may require that are off-site that will also need to be included.
Okay, so you were asking for on-site to be included, then decided, well,
No, we suggest that's removed because then it goes wider.
oh, sorry, you suggest, okay, and the balance agree because there's wider work.
Yeah. So,
Thank you for that. And condition 22.
So condition 22 relates to the construction traffic management plan, which of course is subject to separate discussion. We are looking at further amendments. I don't have final wording in front of me.
So what's the relationship of condition 22 to condition 21? Will we produce two separate sets of details?
It is. So condition 21 is relating particularly to the junction of Minchens Lane, the street, which is further south of the site. Condition 22 is that overall construction management, looking at the site, the access onto the site, etc. during that construction period.
Okay, and that's a submitted document, so it is prepared by Transport Planning Associates. That's a document that's already been submitted.
It is. So the application has been accompanied by a construction traffic management plan. But as the discussions evolved during the inquiry, we do have the amendment to that. So ID 19, where we have the appellant's draft condition submitted this morning, which of course we need further discussion on.
Okay. Mr. Francis, do you want?
thank you. So yes, you remember the submission document, which refers to a few problems on the internal aspects, which I'll hand over to my colleague in a second to explain further. But we do think a separate condition is needed because the construction traffic management plan just doesn't address some of the fundamental issues. So 22 doesn't cover it sufficiently. We have put up our own amendment, but actually I think we can work with the proposed ID 19 condition 22 with further amendments rather than me submit another version.
Okay, so ID 19 is alternative wording. But you feel it still doesn't cover everything that you feel is important. Is this another one? I don't want to give too much to do over lunchtime, but is this another one that the parties could look at and perhaps come up with a suitable form of wording? I mean, presumably the construction management plan sets out in some detail how traffic is going to be managed. But you feel there's...
I think that's fundamentally the problem. It doesn't set it out in enough detail. And if I can hand over to Mr. Harrison, I think it needs discussion now before that condition is discussed at lunchtime.
If I may. I'm actually waiting for my neighbour to arrive as well because he provided a letter to you requesting you visit his house, and he also through your attention to the access road to the Brook side. So am I able to address ID 18, which is what I've just been handed this morning? So I just have a few questions just so I have the background. But in 1.5 of ID 18, it's indicated that there will be a bridge structure which will be in place for the construction phase to get materials from field 2 to field 1. Do I correctly understand that that will be completely removed after the construction phase?
So that's the point of the agreeing a construction traffic management plan. It would cover actual detail of the point of fact, yes, the bridge would be temporary for the construction period. So that will be one of the things that the traffic management plan would agree was set out. So I think that the amendment to the wording is rather than accepting the wording of the document that was put in at the planning application, which is how it was originally written, was then, as is quite common, to agree that a construction traffic management plan will be agreed in writing and that the will be carried out in accordance with it. I think that the details of those we've listed some bullet point details, and I suggested alternative wording. Happy to have a little bit more detail put in there. Extra bridges, whatever, to satisfy the Law 6 party. But my feeling is that wording would be something that would be agreed between the appellant and the local planning authority, right, commencement of development. That's a fairly normal way of this sort of detail being dealt with.
Can I pick that up? So just so I am very clear, the field 1 after the construction phase can only be accessed by the track to the north side of Brookside. Is that correct? Because that's what this says. During the operational phase, it will essentially be accessed by the track to the north side of Brookside, correct? Is that correct?
Well, that is correct, because the bridge of the temporary construction feature will be here during the initial phase. And to back on that, the operational requirements of the construction management and the operational requirements are extremely limited. We estimate to 1 vehicle per month that would access in the northeast corner there. And so that is why we feel that access is acceptable as it is.
Okay, can I just understand from the point of view of the operational maintenance, if an inverter or a transformer were to need to be replaced, would it be replaced with that access track to the north side of the site?
Well, yes, it would have to be, but that would be an extremely unusual event. I think it would never happen. I think that the circumstances there would be equivalent to the current circumstances of heavy agricultural material machinery entering the regular access, maintenance, up to improvements and replacement of hands and so on, would require nothing larger than a transit van size vehicle.
So you're speculating that in 40 years, it's nothing of any size is going to fail.
Well, I'm not speculating that. I said it would be unusual, rare for that to happen. Certainly not a frequent occurrence.
Can I just ask what experience we have of a 40-year-old solar farm? So we have some empirical evidence as to the failure rate of these things.
Well, I think we have,
or is there to be upgraded?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of evidence of inverters, transformers, this kind of equipment, electrical equipment is quite well known.
But in a solar farm in a 40-year period.
Solar farms in this age there aren't any 40 years old yet.
Okay. Because this is really.
Well, I was going to just get your view on the alternative wording for condition 22, which is notwithstanding this submitted construction capital management plan, which is before the inquiry and the prior to commencement development you're like revised construction traffic management plan shall be submitted approved in writing by the local planning authority. The council, the local planning authority would deal with that document coming in and would agree and approve it in writing, and then the development will be carried in accordance with that.
Can I interject? There are some really serious problems with this access that can't be dealt with by condition. I really would like to voice them now. So
I think the difficulty, sir, is that it's a single track. It's muddy, it's flooded.
Well, I have my neighbour here and back me up on this, but this is an edge of a field. This is not a track of any description. This is an edge of a field, which is currently under much water, and you will see tomorrow when you visit my house. So it's impassable for 6 months of the year. The access onto the Bramley Road is extremely dangerous because it accesses a bridge and a public footpath and is straight opposite my neighbour's house. More importantly, the document which has been put forward this morning with an appendix at the back shows a visibility spread. That's theoretical on paper. This does not exist in actuality. And what perhaps the appellant has missed process is the north side of the brook. The north side of the brook is actually owned by me, and I have an unimpeded easement over the bottom end of that field. So this was brought to the attention of the local planning officer during the initial inquiry and doing the initial application. But in order to produce this visibility display, which is theoretically shown on this paper, would require cutting down my trees, my property, and removing a fence on my property in order to achieve this, none of which I'm going to agree to. So my neighbour here will back me up that this is totally inappropriate. And more importantly, highways, who should have looked at this access, have never looked at it. How can an application come this far forward? And a suggestion being that this is a main operational access for 40 years for a solar farm, get to this point and not have highways look at it. It beggars belief.
Okay, well, coming to my decision, I will take into consideration the council's view as highway authority and the highway authority's view on this. In terms of what you have said, you see this as private land.
This is private land.
Which the appellant then would need to come to some kind of arrangement with you, and if you don't give that agreement, that's a matter out with planning, as it were.
But if you set it as a condition that they need to have my approval, you might not agree with it, but
sorry, Sam,
I'm saying I have an easement over this particular piece, which includes the bridge.
That stands outside of planning. So if someone got plan permission to do something, then they can vote against that kind of impasse.
Yeah, but surely if you set it as a condition.
I understand what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry, I may misunderstand it, but what I ask you to do is look at it on the ground tomorrow.
So yeah, that'll be part of the site visit, and I'll take into consideration the evidences before me in terms of access arrangements.
I think so. My difficulty is I can't see how that can be addressed by condition, because, as you know, that the consent shouldn't be given for something that can't be delivered. And if we know already from what's been submitted that it would require private consent which won't be given, then it's not a consent that would be able to go forward.
Okay, well, I mean, here's from others. Someone so come first of all to the appellant.
So yes, there's point to notice there's already an access there. We're not proposing to put in a new access, and we're also proposing that it will open very infrequently for maintenance by something akin to a transit, which of course, if any of the solar panels fell, they can be transported in a vehicle that small. The case of anything else larger on site failing, we regard as exceptional. But even then, if there were to be a larger vehicle use that access, it would be one vehicle, bearing in mind it's already used by agricultural vehicles in any event. And that's the point that the note makes, is that you only assess these impacts and require works to be done when there's going to be an additional impact over and above what's there. So we're maintaining the status quo essentially, and we have, of course, that well-known term, a fallback, which is that it's an access that's already in use. So we don't regard this as a problem. That's our position.
So I understand what you say, but actually it's a change of use because it's moving from agricultural to something completely different. And unfortunately, there have been a number of accidents on the Silchester Bridge at that point, to the point where it's currently under repair, such that it would need to be assessed properly by highways as to whether it's suitable. More importantly, it's not passable for at least 6 months of the year. It's a muddy track. You will see it's completely flooded at the moment. How anybody can suggest that that's an operational access for 40 years to a solar farm of this size for operational purposes, which may include the replacement of panels, transformers, inverters, is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's my...
Okay, well, I've heard certainly the view from BasingstokeGov, I've heard the view from the appellate. Come to my own conclusion on it, and part of that will be from the site visits tomorrow. As far as the condition is concerned, I think we're in a similar situation. The party's going to look at it over lunchtime to see if it needs further tweaking.
Should I begin on that process by suggesting the amendments that we deal with all the issues except for that one, which I don't think can be dealt with by condition? Can I just go through those now? It will take 2 seconds.
Yes. So are you relating it back to your
ID 19, the proposed condition 22? So I just say that this does not address that issue with the northeast access. So that would still need to be addressed. So, and as to the rest, notwithstanding the submitted construction traffic management plan, that would need to be, but prior to the commencement of development, an amended construction traffic management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The amended construction traffic management plan will cover the following aspects, and then I would add an aspect to that. This is really to cover the access to the south, not to the north. It's going over the floor.
Well, it might be better if the parties look at that over the lunch term, and then we come back after lunch straight away and look at the outstanding conditions, which include this one, so we can have a fuller discussion on it. So it would certainly help me if you liaise with the others and come up with alternative forms. We'll look at it then.
Yeah.
Okay. Just make a note on that.
Six would be well, yeah, just a few words. Nick Bond's living part-time also at the entrance to the one.
We're going to visit your property tomorrow.
That's right, yes. But I think, obviously, I've just come in with my daughter this morning. I've been for a few days last week as well. I'm just a bit surprised that they'd even consider to get into Field 1 from there, to be honest. It's a busy road for children going to and from school with their parents, including ourselves. As Lee just said, there's just been a crash there. And likewise, we enjoy the brook, don't we? Always in the brook fishing. It's a lovely area. And to put this in is quite mad, in my opinion, anyway. So, but I just think that the road just doesn't suit it. So, just a bit crazy, really.
National cycle routes.
Well, everything, it's people walking. We walk through the fields.
We're dealing with the conditions at the moment, and appreciate what you've said about condition 22 and the concerns regarding the access. When we'll visit your property tomorrow, I need to be fair so that that's further evidence. That's fine. Give people a chance to come back on evidence.
I think it's mainly the access to Field 1. It just doesn't work.
Okay, and that's what
it's literally opposite my property, the entrance to my property. I just can't see there's going to be vehicles queuing in it. Construction traffic.
No.
You think not?
It's not to be used as a construction access. It won't be used as a construction access. That's not the proposal.
So what happens if the operational phase starts before the construction finishes? then you can use it because you can say the operational phase has commenced.
I don't know if anyone's actually seen the bridge. You know, it's got barriers on each side of it. Where it's been hit on 2 occasions. The other morning, or one Saturday morning, probably, I don't know, 7 o'clock one morning. And then since then, we don't know when it got hit. It's been hit twice in the last 3-4 weeks. So it's just a busy road. It's got cyclists, people walking, people jogging.
Okay, no, I had that evidence before me because you've had the opportunity to put your views in writing, and I've got that. And I'm coming tomorrow to see the site. I just need to be fair that we don't get back into the discussion on the evidence because we've spent 6 days on that. So I need to be fair to other parties around the table. I've heard what you said about condition 22, and as you see, the deficiencies of it and the concerns you have regarding and the access, and I'm going to look at all of that tomorrow when I do the site visit. For the conditions, then to get on to closing, I know that Mr. Anstis will cover some of what you said in his closing remarks in any event. But yes, we'll, there is a schedule being produced for the site visit. It might be useful for you to take a copy of that away with you. And we'll get to your property tomorrow morning and have a look. Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Francis, your comments then on condition 22, if you can liaise with the others, and we'll have another look at that.
Yes, sir.
After lunch. Okay, condition 3 then.
Condition 23. So no development shall take place until the scope of a road condition survey of Minchens Lane up to the site access up to and including its junction with the street has been submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. The survey shall be carried out in accordance with the approved scheme prior to any works commencing on site, and the findings of the condition survey shall be monitored and reported to the local planning authority at least every 6 months throughout the construction period of the development, and any defects or damage attributable to the construction activity to be rectified by the developer at their expense within 3 months of the defect being identified.
Okay. So I think in the context of what we've just been talking about, we've just proposed an addition to that, which is after the word Minchens Lane and all other roads used to access the site.
That's the first sentence.
Yes.
Any comment on that, Mr. Mears?
So I think we would be in agreement with that.
So what was the additional form of words?
After the word lane and all other roads used to access the site.
There's a limit on that.
Would the roads to be used to be accessed the site be set out in the construction management plan?
Yes, it does, because
So that would specify the roads rather than this being an open-ended, so no one can go around the site and say, oh, there's a bit of damage, let's get the...
There are roads identified.
Is that your concern that it's too
Yes.
wide open?
The M3.
So does the construction management plan then identify?
Where is the roads?
I'm not sure.
If I can just assist there, the proposed wording for condition 22 that we're starting to look at does include construction traffic routing, so it would include the route. And here we are referring only from the site access up to including the street, so it is that limited area within the village.
Yes, I think because we have an agreed traffic, construction traffic management route, which doesn't come further north than the main side access, that would be the scope of where this condition should apply to, because any vehicle that's not on that is residential that opposite of that condition.
I think, Ms. Francis, what you're asking for is that this condition should have wider scope than just Minchens and Lane, because other roads in that area might be used. Your concern is, well, if it's drawn too wide, then
don't have a problem with it applying to roads, should we say minor roads in the city, the site which would be taking construction traffic. That's the point of it. But clearly there has to be a
So
limitation.
condition needs to be precise. So councillor is saying that there is precision from another condition which will identify which roads are to be used. Is that the case?
That is one of the bullets that are being included or suggested for condition 22.
Is this something else? I hate to give you too much to do over lunch, but is this something else that could do just so you get the form of where he meets the tests within the
I think it's better that we take that offline, so I think in my mind it's clear what we're doing.
Yes, happy with that.
Now, I've just committed the cardinal sin of forgetting to switch my phone off, and I just heard it bleep, so I'll switch it off. Do forgive me. I didn't listen to my own opening. Condition 24.
Condition 24, no development or other operations, including site preparation, shall take place until a scheme has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, detailing the method of cleaning wheels and chassis of all HGVs, plant and delivery vehicles leaving the site, and the means of keeping the site access road and adjacent public highway clear of mud and debris during site preparation and construction. The scheme shall be implemented in accordance with the approved details and shall be installed and operational before any development commences and shall be retained in working order throughout the duration of the construction process. No vehicle shall leave the site in a condition whereby mud, clay or other deleterious materials shall be deposited on the public highway.
There are no comments on that one as far as I hate to say it, but I do have one side point. How would you enforce no vehicle shall leave the site in the condition whereby mud, clay or other deleterious materials shall be deposited on the highway? Is that condition fully enforceable?
I appreciate your comments there. So no, it wouldn't be.
Any views on that from the appellant?
So I think that the scheme to be submitted and approved in writing can include a method of drawing or inspecting vehicles, whatever, to ensure that doesn't happen.
Yes, so the scheme that's agreed can require that.
We can have a look at that section of the condition. Just to, the last thing you want is mud being carried on the highway, complaints coming in, the council being not able to do anything about it. Let's have a look at that in terms of the enforceability of the condition. We'll come back to that one as well.
I just suggest it says the agreed scheme shall ensure that. All the word no.
Condition 25.
Condition 25, the development shall not commence pursuant to the construction of the solar farm on site until the means of vehicular access to the site have been constructed in accordance with the approved plans. And then the plans are listed. No structure, erection or planting exceeding 1 metre in height shall thereafter be placed within visibility space shown on the approved plans. There shall be no construction traffic accessing the site via the field access to the northeast corner of the field, one from Bramley Lane. That doesn't quite make sense. Oh yes, so there shall be no construction traffic accessing the site via the field access to the northeast corner of field one, because that access is only for operation and maintenance. So that is ensuring that the access to field one is not used for construction traffic, which I believe was a local.
And that was raised. Okay, and Mr. Francis, you've got.
There's an additional amendment actually. So I think it's not Bramley Lane, it's Bramley Road. But given the comments earlier, this condition also needs sort of looking at in terms of the approved plans. But that's sufficient to cover everything we've been talking about.
So the two amendments you're asking for prior to commencement and must be to be inserted. Are you still content with those amendments? Are you suggesting for the amendments?
Happy to say it must be construction in accordance with approved plans, but I think there still needs to be an additional reference to the document that we're going to be working on.
The approved plan be set out in condition 1.
Yes, I mean, it's possible we can deal with this in other conditions, that this condition can then remain as proposed as amended, as long as it's dealt with elsewhere. Yeah. I can see there could be action. So I think this can remain as I've suggested it.
Okay, and the balance content with those.
Yes, we're content with the two changes suggested.
Good. Now, condition 26 is where I first picked up on the British standard, because this does last the lifetime of this scheme. So, refer to my earlier comment. But I think it is a case of just adding that additional wording if you're content with it. That's my view on it, but sorry, 46, wish to introduce it.
Okay, so I just introduced that condition. So this relates to noise and stating the cumulative rating sound level of the operational plant and equipment hereby approved as part of this development shall have an operational noise level no greater than the existing background sound level during the operational hours of the scheme hereby approved at the closest noise sensitive receptors to the site existing at the time of approval when assessed in accordance with methodology and guidance as set out within the British standard. And of course, I take on board your comment about the additional wording we need to insert.
You no comment on Mr. Francis? Sure.
No, sir.
So 27.
So continuing on noise matters, condition 27, within 3 months of the use hereby approved commencing, a post-completion noise assessment shall be carried out and submitted for approval in writing to the local planning authority to verify that the cumulative rated noise level from the plant is no greater than the prevailing background noise sound level, as set out in condition 27, at the most sensitive period when the plant will be operated, e.g. evenings, nights and weekends. A method statement shall be submitted to and approved by the local planning authority prior to the survey being undertaken. The noise assessment shall be carried out by a suitably qualified acoustic consultant / engineer and be undertaken in accordance with the British standard. Where the above criteria has not been met, it will be necessary to identify and install additional noise mitigation measures.
Mr. Francis?
I think this one's quite clear, which we put forward our amendments. I think the reason for it is obvious. The appellant doesn't agree, the council defers to you. We also defer to you to accept our amendments.
Okay, on this occasion, you're asking for 3 months of the first export date?
Yes, sir.
Just come in, okay. And then you're asking for 3 months assessment, assess 1 month. Okay, yeah, I'll form a view on that as the private parties. Condition 28.
Condition 28 relates to construction hours, stating no work relating to the construction of the development hereby approved. It says including works of demolition. There's no demolition, so I would suggest that is removed. All preparation prior to operation shall take place before the hours of 07:30 nor after 1800 Monday to Friday, before the hours of 0800 or nor after 1300 Saturdays, nor on Sundays or recognised public holidays.
You're happy with that, Mr. Francis?
Yes.
29.
29, it's no deliveries of construction materials or plant and machinery and no removal of any operated any spoil from the site shall take place before the hours of 07:30 nor after 1800 Monday to Friday, before the hours of 0800 nor after 1300 Saturdays, nor on Sundays or recognised public holidays.
Yeah, and Mr. Francis?
Yes, sir.
On condition 30.
Condition 30, no development or other operations, including site preparation and any groundworks, shall commence on site until the site-specific construction environmental management plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The plan must demonstrate the adoption and use of best practical means to reduce the effects of noise, vibration, dust and site lighting. The plan shall include, but not be limited to, procedures for maintaining good public relations, including complaint management, public consultation and liaison, arrangements for liaison with the Council's Environmental Protection Team, all works and ancillary operations which are audible at the site boundary or at such other places as may be agreed with the local planning authority shall be carried out only between the following hours, the hours as stated. The deliveries to and removal of plant, equipment, machinery and waste from the site shall only take place within the permitted hours detailed above. Mitigation measures as defined within the British Standard, noise and vibration control and construction at open sites shall be used to minimise noise disturbance from construction works. Procedures for emergency deviation of the agreed working hours, control methods for dust and other airborne pollutants, and measures for controlling the use of site lighting, whether required for safe working or security purposes.
It also needs an implementation clause.
I would agree with that.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Francis, you happy with?
Picking up on your early comments on mitigation measures. I'm just picking up on your early point on the mitigation measures element of that. It refers to BS standard.
Yeah, I think it's agreed that we're referring to BS standard similar to the lifetime of the scheme that we've had the clause to that. Okay, thank you. Condition 31.
So condition 31 moves on to batteries. So prior to the implementation of the battery storage system, a detailed battery safety management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The development shall be carried out and operated only in accordance with the approved battery safety management plan.
Okay, you've asked for that to be changed to prior to commencement.
Yes, sir. The appellant's response is that they have no objection to the prior commencement element of it, but want it referred to only the battery. No problem with that. So I'm proposing now, prior to commencement of development of the battery storage element, a detailed battery safety, etc.
If the Rule 6 party are in agreement with our response, I would just suggest we defer back to the originally written petition.
Which is part of the implementation of the battery storage system. It's not the commencement condition.
Implementation has a planning meaning for me, which means not necessarily commencement. Yeah, I guess it covers it sufficiently. Yeah, I think we can accept that.
And condition 32.
Condition 32 is prior to the first export of electrical power from the site, details should be submitted to the local planning authority for approval in writing of the intentions to deliver and manage the potential forest school area. As a minimum, details shall include all hard surfacing to provide parking area and internal access track, any structures or furniture, e.g. benches, seats and waste bins, knee rail fencing to the vehicular area, implementation timetable, details of the long-term responsibilities for management and maintenance to provide for the long-term amenity of the forest school. All hard landscape work shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details.
Okay, and Mr. Francis have suggested an amendment to the start of the condition.
Yes, sir. And the appellant response is they don't agree to the changes on the grounds it would be unreasonable to have provided the required details prior to commencement of development if there is no commercial interest in operating forest school. I think this is the point that was made obviously in the inquiry. And as far as it is possible, it should be conditioned. But I think that's the problem of the implementation and deliverability of this version of the scheme. So we would push for the amendments as far as they go that we propose.
Okay, and I'll form a view on that because I have the detailed comments of both parties on that. Okay, thank you. And condition 33.
Conditions 33, no development or other operations, including site preparation and any groundworks, shall commence until the soils management plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The plan should set out the means to be used to protect soils during construction, operation, maintenance and decommissioning of the solar farm and battery storage, such that the objectives of the landscape and ecological management plan required by condition 9 are not compromised, and crop growing agricultural operations may resume following the operational life of the solar farm and battery storage.
Okay, Mr. Francis.
Fine.
And the difference then between Schedule A and Schedule B is reference to the forest school, that condition. Otherwise, with the exception of some of the dates for some of the submitted documents, they are the same.
Yes, sir.
Right, and well, thank you for that. Thank you for your contributions. There's a bit of work still to be done. So we're just coming up just after 10 to 12. What's the situation regarding closings? Do you need time to make up final remarks?
We're ready to go. So I haven't done the printing yet, so we'll need a little bit of a break to get that sorted. But other than that, ready when you are. I'd be happy to take a break now to suit people or whatever works really for you. So
I'll just get the views from others. That my view, Mr. Francis.
So we're ready to go, except for I would need to, now we know that the northeast access issue can't be addressed by condition. I need to address that in my closing. So I need to adjust it for that, and it needs to be printed. Other than that, ready to go. So probably need 20 minutes.
Well, there's the conditions to work as well, so we'll come back to that. But Ms. Osmond-Smith, your view?
Ready to go, safe for printing.
Okay.
I think it's conditions that's going to take the time over lunch. So can I ask how you would like them presented to you? Obviously, we'll send whatever we do to the case officer, but what's the easiest format for you to receive those in?
Well, obviously, to be in writing today, but Word document to the case officer, if that's possible.
I'm sure it is, sir. And do you have a view, dare I ask, as to whether it's in this form or the table form? I think probably will resist it in two versions. But what works for you, sir?
Well, I've got the table form.
Yeah.
I suppose if you're looking at conditions over lunchtime and there's still opposing views, then perhaps the table form can cut through that. Could I get both? Could I get a table form and just a Word?
Sure, we can work. We'll work on that. Words.
So I think just a straightforward Word version helps where it's agreed. Where it's not, I'm not sure there's any benefit to be gained from having a number of different conditions set out, and probably the table is the best way then to have it set out. So if we proceed on the basis that conditions which are agreed that have been modified are set out just in their straightforward format,
And that's the majority of conditions now, so table form.
yeah, will only be for those that remain.
Okay. Well, that being the case, so finishing touches to closings, but a bit of work still on the conditions. Could it come back at 1:45 or 1:00? What would the feeling be, Mr. Defoe?
I'd have to come back at. One, I think would allow the conditions to be done, and then perhaps we can just try and press on through the afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Osmond Smith, you happy with 1:00?
Apparently so.
Okay. Just coming up to 5:12, we'll adjourn and come back at 1:00 for the closings. Thank you.
after the lunch break. How much progress was made?
I think good progress. I wasn't directly involved in the conversation, but I understand that the document is being produced, and I think that the areas of disagreement are now pretty narrow. But that will be with you, I think, probably towards the end of today, and possibly after closings have been done.
Okay, so I'll have the conditions document take away with me, and it'll sell out.
I'll double check that with Ms. Fitzgerald. She's in charge of typing up what's been agreed. I think it was being worked on over lunch, and no doubt she'll be doing that whilst the closings are going on. I'm not sure if it will be quite finished by the time. Do you think we'll be able to have a hard copy by the time the inspector goes away, or do our best?
Okay. Yeah, you looked up for closing inquiry if you're mistaken.
Absolutely.
Okay. In which case, then we'll move on and come back to the conditions before we finish. And I was approached. Chairman.
Just wanted to confirm that Councillor Tomlin will attend the site visit tomorrow.
Okay.
Requested last week, and it will be.
Okay. Any other housekeeping or procedural matters, Mr. Francis?
That's it.
Mr. Good.
Thanks, sir.
Spence, Osman Smith.
No promise, thank you, sir.
Okay. In that case, we shall move on to the closings. I take everyone to the position to make their closing remarks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll turn to you first then, Mr. Liffin.
Thank you. I'll have the document out for myself.
Send you mine now. The appropriate time can be forwarded to the council. But there will be a agreement to us.
That's right.
So just one comment, I've not yet printed mine for distribution. Should we do that before mine is read out?
Yes, council might be able to.
Yes, please. Can I
pick one of you out?
Yeah.
No, let me guess.
If, as you read it out, you decide the corrections are necessary, if everyone just corrects their own, so we've all got the same record. Ed. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir. And apologies in advance, but inevitable typos. I've done my best. The proposed development would have a significant adverse impact on the landscape character and visual amenity of the area and upon the enjoyment of public rights of way. These harms would not be outweighed by the benefits, including the delivery of renewable energy. The proposal is contrary to the development plan, in particular policies EM1 and EM8 of the local plan, and this conflict is not outweighed by material considerations. So I just noticed in that first footnote, Ms. Tipper's concession and cross-examination that she doesn't maintain a conflict with D1 of the neighbourhood plan. So the council acknowledges that there is a clear need to increase renewable energy generating capacity in this country, and that solar farms bring important benefits in terms of reducing carbon emissions and assisting with security of supply. In that regard, the NPPF is clear at paragraph 158, subsection A, that there is no requirement to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy. Council also acknowledges that due to the scale of the solar farm being proposed here, initially 49.9 megawatts, and so just below the threshold of it, MSIF, and now around 45 megawatts, it could generate a large amount of energy from new renewable sources. These are accepted as important benefits of the scheme, which are to be weighed against the harms. There is strong local and national support for renewable energy generation, including solar power. Solar farms form a part of the government's suite of renewable and low carbon energy infrastructure, along with wind, tidal and nuclear. However, in current planning policy, that support is not unqualified. Instead, perhaps unsurprisingly, policy requires a balance to be undertaken. In the NPPF, paragraph 158, subsection B, provides that an application should be approved if its impacts are or can be made acceptable. This is also reflected in the most important policy in the development plan, EM8, which provides that development proposals for commercial generation of energy from renewable and low carbon resources will be permitted unless there are adverse environmental, economic or social impacts which are not outweighed by the benefits. In each instance, a balance is to be struck by the decision maker, with each case judged on its own merits. Ms. Tipper's evidence is that, for the reasons which follow, both of these highly important policies would be failed by the development proposal. Here, it is the likely impacts of the proposed development in landscape and visual terms and harm to the amenity of users of the public rights of way, which cause the council to maintain that the proposed development, despite its acknowledged benefits, is unacceptable. There has been debate at the inquiry as to whether the proposed development should be described as industrial or incongruous or in some other way. This is a matter on which individuals will reach their own view, so we leave you to read your own view on that. What is not in dispute is the substantial scale of the proposed development when considering those landscape and visual impacts and the harm to the amenity of users of the public rights of way. It's important to keep that scale of the proposals in mind when considering these issues. The site area for the proposed solar farm covers 85 hectares of agricultural land. The area containing the circa 100,000 solar panels, battery storage containers, substation, inverters, transformers and associated infrastructure would total some 49.2 hectares. That is the equivalent of about 69 football pitches. The 100,000 solar panels would be arranged in uniform rows running east to west across the site and would face southwards. The solar panels and their mounting would be about 3 metres in height. They would be ground mounted onto metal framework with piled substructure or on concrete supports in the areas of archaeological mitigation. Solar panels would be enclosed by 6.8 kilometres of 2 metre high security deer-type fencing with security and monitoring CCTV infrared cameras mounted on fence posts along the perimeter of the site. There would be 14 inverter or transformer stations spread across the site and housed within utilitarian metal shipping containers, each measuring 12 by 2.4 by 2.9 metres. 20 of the same containers would be used to house the battery storage, which would be positioned in the southwestern part of Field 6. Next to that would be a substation measuring 12.5 metres by 5.5 by 4.2 metres. There would be other associated infrastructure such as cabling and internal vehicular access roads through each of the fields. There would also be significant areas of landscape and biodiversity mitigation. So then turn to deal with the two schemes. The council considers the primary consideration should be given to the appeal scheme, or what we've come to refer to as the appeal scheme in the inquiry. That's the appeal scheme has been consulted on. It's been discussed at length during the inquiry. And this is also an improvement on the refused scheme, that being the scheme refused by the committee, albeit one which does not overcome the overall unacceptability of the proposal. The primary consideration should be given to the appeal scheme is a view shared with Mr. Asquith. His evidence notes that the landscape and biodiversity improvements associated with the appeal scheme, and as he acknowledged in evidence in chief, the appeal scheme does not provide for a forest school for which there is no demand. So I then set out the two main issues which you'll be familiar with. In the interest of time, I will skip 15 and 16 and turn to the first of those main issues, character and appearance. So professional judgment is a very important part of the LVIA process. The LVIA process relies on qualitative judgments about the effects of new developments on visual amenity, the significance of change in landscape character terms, and whether those changes are positive or negative. These are factors on which reasonable people may disagree, and ultimately the best evidence on landscape and visual impacts of the proposed development is likely to be that experienced on site. With that in mind, these closing submissions highlight the key areas of agreement and disagreement between the main parties on landscape and visual matters, and identify those aspects of the methodology employed by Mr. Kratt, which the council contends leads to an underreporting of landscape and visual impacts. And so before I do that, and this is not particularly an addition to be written down, but I apologise that this next bit is dealing with terms of the LVIA, which becomes a little bit cumbersome, but it's important that I set those out. Impacts on landscape character, qualities of the sites and surroundings. First, then, as Mr. Wakefield's evidence explains at 6.2, the site and the surrounding context have many of the typical qualities of national, regional and local character areas. Take these from that paragraph of Mr. Wakefield's proof: gently undulating, subtle landform perceptible by a network of minor tributary valleys, generally unspoilt, quiet and rural character, and a sense of remoteness in parts of the site. Moderate intervisibility across the site with vegetation and low-lying nature of the landscape containing some distant views. Relatively large-scale open arable fields with mixture of quality and size of hedgerows. A number of visible woodlands within and in the context of the site, including those various ones stated there. Some intrusion caused by electricity pylons. His proof said in field 2, but in cross-examination by Ms. Osmond-Smith, he recognised there were also pylons in field 6. And a network of public rights-of-way crosses the majority of the area and includes both the Brenda Parkway and the long-distance footpath, the pilgrimage route. Mr. Wakefield's identified sensitivities in respect of the proposed development in fields 1, 2 and 4, with a lesser sensitivity in respect of fields 5 and 6. Fields 1, 2 and 4 are considered to be more sensitive than 5 and 6 due to the proximity and nature of the public rights-of-way, national cycling routes and the topography, openness and appreciation of the wider landscape. Field 5 and 6 are less sensitive, Mr. Wakefield's view, because of the public rights-of-way either pass through woodland, are further away, and changes in topography help to reduce visual impacts by screening the solar development from the south. These fields are also screened from Minchens lane due to a combination of distance and intervening vegetation. Mr. Cratt agreed that the fields have different sensitivities, but felt that field 1 is perhaps the more sensitive than fields 2 and 4, and fields 5 and 6 less sensitive than those. Value of the site and surroundings. It is agreed between the two landscape witnesses for the main parties that the site and its surroundings, whilst not a valued landscape in NPPF terms, are of local district value. This is the second highest value which can be attributed to a site and is below only landscapes which are designated for their national or international landscape value. As Mr. Wakefield identifies, of particular importance to the value of the site is its recreational value, with a large number of rights-of-way crossing the site in very close proximity to the proposed development. It's agreed that these rights-of-way are well used, term of the LBIA, and users of such rights-of-way are highly sensitive receptors in terms of considering the effects of a proposed development. Here's where it gets a bit more complicated. In the LBIA process, landscape value is combined with an assessment of susceptibility of the landscape to form a view on landscape sensitivity. Susceptibility is a key area where Mr. Wakefield and Mr. Cratt disagree. Mr. Cratt assesses the susceptibility of the site as low-medium in LCA 4 and low in LCA 6. In contrast, Mr. Wakefield assesses susceptibility in both instances as medium-high. Susceptibility is the ability of a landscape or visual receptor to accommodate the proposed development without undue consequences for the maintenance of the baseline situation and or the achievement of landscape planning policies and strategies. The LBIA divides susceptibility into 3 categories of low, medium and high, and those descriptions are set out there. So from the LBIA, it appears to the Council that a key reason why a low or medium-low susceptibility has been identified is that the LBIA was assessing the susceptibility of the character areas as a whole, rather than the susceptibility of the site and its immediate surroundings. Mr. Cratt disputed this in cross-examination, but the wording of the LBIA is clear. And I highlight the 2 paragraphs here where I say it is clear. 6.9.43. And it's the last part of that paragraph which talks about a high degree of visual containment remains, and the large size of this LCA means that the vast majority of the LCA would be unaffected. And in respect of LCA 6, again, containment and also the nature of the railway line by bisecting and screening it from the vast majority of this LCA, extending eastwards. So just pause to note, these are the paragraphs in which susceptibility and the reasons for choice of susceptibility are set out. Both paragraphs to us appear to use visual containment of the site, the vast majority of the LCA, as a justification for the choice of susceptibility rating. No other explanation is given for susceptibility is given in the LVIA, and it is notable that the same susceptibility rating is used whether the LVIA is assessing the impact on the site, on its surroundings, or on the LCA as a whole. Mr. Kratt confirmed in cross-examination that when assessing the impacts on the site and its surroundings, it was the susceptibility of those areas which mattered, and not the susceptibility of the character area taken as a whole. He maintained that the LVIA did not use the large size of the character areas or the visual containment of the site from other parts of character areas as reasons to reduce the susceptibility rating of the site and its immediate surroundings. Whilst Mr. Kratt's position is noted, it does not appear to reflect the actual wording of the LVIA. It is submitted that had the susceptibility of the site been assessed, given the scale of development, 3 metres high solar panels associated infrastructure covering some 49 hectares of open agricultural land, and the visibility and proximity of the site to well-used public rights of way, a higher degree of susceptibility than low or medium would have been chosen, and it's submitted that Mr. Wakefield's medium-high is more realistic. So why does the difference in susceptibility ratings matter? It matters because the overall judgments at each stage of the LVIA process impacts the overall assessment of significance of effects. Combining a district local value with a medium-high susceptibility would give a high or medium sensitivity, whereas a low, medium or low susceptibility would reduce the sensitivity to medium or medium-low. This is in turn combined with an assessment of magnitude to give us a significance rating, and therefore a lowering of susceptibility rating can act, and we say does act, as a drag on the overall assessment of significance. Looking at the diagram on page 12 of the LVIA, which I reproduce over the page, a landscape of medium-high sensitivity is far more likely to be found to suffer impacts of major to moderate significance than a landscape of medium-low sensitivity. And so just turning over the page, I say that because of how this table works. Looking at the top line, medium-high would potentially fall into major, moderate, or major, whereas medium-low would have fallen into moderate. Magnitude of effects then, so it's important to the appellant's case to reduce the sensitivity rating because they accept and disagree that there would be large-scale effects on the character of the site, given that there would be a fundamental change to the existing landscape character from an agricultural landscape to a solar farm development. As the LVIA identifies, large-scale effects on landscape character, being total or major alterations, key elements, features, qualities or characteristics, such that post-development the baseline will be fundamentally changed, would be limited to the site itself and the areas with visibility of the site immediately adjacent to it, where the site would change from an agricultural landscape to a solar farm development set within the existing wooded field pattern structure. The effects on the landscape character diminish as you move further away from the site. It's agreed between the council and the appellant that any such effects are contained within 500 metres of the site. Turn then to the magnitude table at page 11 of the LVIA, and that demonstrates that large-scale effects, which are those that we've just looked at, will generally give rise to a medium or high magnitude of effect, depending on the assessment of extent and duration, and that so is the top box of that methodology there. Returning to the significance table, which is the one I produced first, a medium-high magnitude of effects is likely to be of major or major moderate significance unless it is combined with a sensitivity of medium, low or lower. Here, if the appellant's assessment of large-scale effects was combined with a localised extent, which Mr. Kratt accepted in cross-examination would be reasonable, though the LVIA opts for limited, and somewhere between permanent and long-term duration, which I think is described in the LVIA as long-term semi-permanent, this would give rise to a high medium magnitude of effects. However, by using limited extent, despite the significant size of the site area, the effect of which is to reduce the magnitude of the large-scale effects to medium, that's the point made at 6.9 and 645, 4.45 and 6959 of the LVIA, again demonstrating how a small change in the judgments reached can have a significant impact on the overall assessment. So, forgive that sort of slightly tedious explanation. Conclusion on landscape effects. It's agreed that there would be large-scale adverse effects resulting from the proposed development on landscape character of the site and its surroundings. How these effects are translated into significance depends on the judgments reached at various stages in the assessment process. Mr. Wakefield's assessment is that there would be a moderate to major adverse impact on the parts of the site and its immediate surroundings covered by LCA 4, that's field 1, and a moderate adverse impact on the parts of the site and its surroundings covered by LCA 6, the remainder of the site. Mr. Wakefield was clear that he considered these landscape impacts to be significant to the overall decision-making process. The council contends that the judgment reached by Mr. Wakefield passed the acid test of standing back and asking whether the assessment comes up with a realistic result, whereas the approach adopted in the LVIA through a series of judgment calls is to downplay the landscape impacts of the proposed development. Turning then to visual impacts and amenity of the public rights of way. There are 7 public rights of way which either pass through or within the vicinity of the site, with about 1.4 kilometres of public rights of way which pass through the site and 2.5 kilometres in close proximity to the site boundary. It's agreed that users of these routes are highly sensitive visual receptors, and given the LVIA methodology, are rated as high medium sensitivity. That's because the landscape is not of national or international value, and that is the highest rating that can be attributed to them in those circumstances. The overall significance of effects on those visual receptors will depend on a number of factors, and I explored some of those in cross-examination with Mr. Kratt, including the proximity to the proposed development from any particular vantage point, whether the view is a single glimpsed view or part of a series of views experienced along a public right of way, the orientation of the solar panels in relation to that vantage point, whether the view consists of a single row or multiple rows of solar panels, and whether they appear as part of a single mass of development. The extent to which any intervening vegetation screens the view, recognising that the screening potential of the proposed mitigation planting will increase gradually over time and vary depending on the season. So these and other factors are difficult to capture within the LVIA process, or indeed closing submissions, and are best considered and experienced through a site visit. However, one example is given to illustrate the kinetic nature of the views across the site, and I take the starting point as following the line of the Silchester Trail as it passes through the site. That's shown on Mr. Wakefield's figure 2. And beginning at the south of the site, at the junction of Bramley Road and access to the existing Bramley substation, one's going along that site access to the existing substation, and by viewpoint 2 on Mr. Kratt's figure 10, there would be views as shown in the photo montage to the first row of solar panels in the southern part of field 6, and one would begin to see the battery storage and proposed substation, which would become more apparent as you continue along the access track. Mitigation planting is proposed, which in time would help to screen these views. Someone's wanting me to stop, clearly. Turning right and continuing north along the edge of Bramley Frithwood, there would be views towards the substation and battery storage on the right, through the intervening vegetation. And as you progress further north, this is through the wooded part of the right of way, there would be development on both sides of the right of way, that is the existing substation to the left, and the proposed solar panels to the right. Whilst there is a significant amount of woodland between the existing substation and the right of way, at this time of year, so as you'll have experienced and you'll see again tomorrow, the existing substation remains clearly visible. To the right, the solar panels would be apparent, progressing in uniform lines north through to field 6. Note the existing visibility to that field. But again, mitigation planting is proposed, which in time would help to screen some of these views. The track then heads through the copse and out onto the boundary of field 2. A view from here is shown in viewpoint H, photo montage. The proposed solar panels spread across field 2 initially be visible, and views would also be appreciated of the panels in field 1. As the walker progressed further north, the existing electricity infrastructure, which is notable at viewpoint H, would be left behind, but the proposed panels would still remain in view, and for a large part adjacent to the right-of-way up to the northern boundary of Field 1. Again, mitigation planting is proposed, and a judgment will need to be made as to its effectiveness over time. However, the kinetic nature of this route means that the vast scale of the solar farm would easily be appreciated. And so one could pick one of many routes as just an example. Whilst views will be formed on site, it remains important to understand the approach the RVIA has taken to reporting visual impacts. The RVIA considers the scale of effects for 6 representative viewpoints. Of those viewpoints, only viewpoint 4 is adjacent to the site boundary, and none are within the boundary. The LVIA also identified illustrative viewpoints, including A, H, and I, within or adjacent to the site boundary, but does not clearly report the scale of effects from those viewpoints. Of the representative viewpoints, only viewpoint 4 is within 100 metres of the site boundary. The next closest is representative viewpoint 3 at 130 metres. The LVIA assesses viewpoint 4 in the medium term as having large-scale adverse effects and explains that each of the viewpoints is a sample of the potential effects representing a wide range of receptors, including not only those actually at the viewpoint, but also those nearby at a similar distance and or direction. And from those viewpoints, it can be seen that in combination or observations made in the field, the extent of the large-scale visual effects where the proposed development would form a major alteration to key elements, features, qualities and characteristics of the view, such that the baseline will be fundamentally changed, would generally be limited to locations within the site, from public rights of way and from those adjacent to the site boundary. And viewpoint 4 is given as the example. Thus, the LBA recognises large-scale effects, adverse effects, fundamentally changing the baseline at locations within the site from the public right-of-way and from those adjacent to the site boundary. Following the tables at page 11 and 12 of the methodology that we've already looked at, those large-scale effects would give rise to a high-medium magnitude of effect, get the top line of that table, and combined with a high-medium sensitivity of the visual receptors should lead to a reporting of major or major moderate visual effects on the site and its surroundings until such time as the mitigation is established, so as to begin to reduce those effects. However, the approach of the LVIA is not to consider those large-scale effects in isolation, but to look at visual receptor groups. These groups include locations adjacent to the site where large-scale adverse visual effects would be experienced, but consider these large-scale adverse effects in conjunction with locations further away, where the scale of effects would be less. Whilst the use of visual receptor groups is a recognised assessment tool, as the LVIA itself explains, those groups should consist of locations which are judged to experience similar visual effects arising from the proposed development. To combine significantly different scales of effects into a single receptor group causes the underreporting of the significance of those effects. And to say that sensitivity is maintained as high-medium, the answer given by Mr. Kratt in cross-examination to this point, is no answer to the watering down of magnitude, half of the assessment. To take an example then, visual receptor group 3, that includes representative viewpoints 3, 4 and 6, so locations between adjacent to the site and 200 metres to the north of it. The scale of effects at those viewpoints varies from large to medium to small, negligible, but by including a variety of effects in the same overall assessment, the LVIA is able to dilute the large-scale effects with lesser effects, scales of effects, to reduce the magnitude, and does not therefore directly report major or major moderate significance of effects, which would ordinarily flow from the large-scale adverse effects identified in the LVIA. It is therefore vital to understand what is being assessed and being reported in the LVIA visual receptor groups. As the LVIA addendum explains, in terms of visual receptors, a total of 5 visual receptor groups were identified within the 2020 LVIA. In accordance with the methodology, a visual receptor group for the site itself was not directly assessed, given it would inevitably, if the site were developed, experience a significant change to its visual amenity. A commentary on potential effects to the fabric of the site, such as hedgerows, trees, etc., was made. When asked about this paragraph in cross-examination, Mr. Crack confirmed that the reference to a significant change in the paragraph I've just read out to visual amenity was to be read with 6.13 of the LVIA addendum as an acceptance of major moderate effects on the visual amenity from viewpoints from within the site. Whilst this was a fair concession, it is surprising that the conclusion is not reported in Mr. Crack's proof, where only moderate adverse effects are reported. It requires some detailed dissection of the LVIA and its addendum to reveal those conclusions through cross-examination to some extent and these closing submissions. Mr. Wakefield's approach leads to clearer conclusions. He identifies 29 specific viewpoints which are then individually assessed in terms of significance. From these, it is easier to judge the kinetic nature of the views and ensure that consideration is given to worst-case scenarios from viewpoints across the site. It is right to say that the site cannot be viewed as a single block from any one view. That is partly because of its very large scale. However, kinetic views do afford the viewer an appreciation of the scale of proposed development as the site is crossed on public rights of way. Mr. Wakefield concludes that both in the construction period and medium term, the impact of the proposed development in relation to highly sensitive visual receptors such as public rights of view adjacent and within the site are major adverse. In the long term, taking into consideration mitigation topographic variations, these would reduce to moderate adverse, particularly on public rights of way 15 and 7. Listed the viewpoints there. Whilst there is a disagreement between Mr. Crack and Mr. Wakefield as to whether a moderate effect is significant for decision taking, Mr. Wakefield was crystal clear that he considered the identified residual adverse visual effects to be significant for decision taking. He also made clear that a balanced view needs to be taken between the shorter term impacts and the residual impacts once mitigation is established. Turning then to visual aids, these provide a snapshot from a particular viewpoint at a particular time of year, time of day, and in certain weather conditions. They are no substitute for visual impressions on the site itself. 3 photo montages were initially provided with the LVIA from representative viewpoints 1, 2, and 6. These were supplemented at the start of the inquiry by winter views from the same locations, and additionally from illustrative viewpoint H. Photo montages are year 1 only, save for viewpoint H, where a 15-year view has been provided. Taking viewpoint 6, this is taken from 199 metres from the site in a location where the LVIA assesses the scale of effects as small negligible. It is looking from the north southwards towards field 1. In this view, a significant number of rows of panels can be seen, too many to easily count, stretching out across field 1. As Mr. Crack accepted in cross-examination, from this location, the proposed development does not read as being visually permeable. Instead, it reads as a single block of development. Turning to viewpoint H, this is taken from a footpath within the site. It is taken at a point where the existing electricity pylon is notable in the view, and at a point where the proposed solar panels are pulled back from the line of the right of way. As Mr. Crack accepted, had the view been from slightly further to the north or from within field 1, so further still to the north, the existing view would have been very different without the notable pylon in the foreground. This highlights the importance of not relying too much on these snapshots. However, it remains helpful to see the vast expanse of solar panels that will be visible in field 2 and in the distance up into field 1. Again, these read as a block of development rather than being visually permeable. The mitigation would help to visually screen this view in time. Of course, solar panels would clearly remain visible in year 15 views, where an expansive development, particularly in field 1, would still be seen. Emphasising, of course, that this is just one viewpoint and a judgment will need to be reached on the site as to the impacts and likely effects of the proposed mitigation from other locations. Mr. Wakefield's evidence also highlights some unintended adverse effects on the mitigation proposed. In a number of locations, it would reduce both the field of view and distance of view, and reference there to his Appendix 5 and 6. This would change the open character of some parts of the site, with views of arable landscape towards identifiable woodland blocks such as Bramley Frith Wood, Downage Copse and Withy Copse, and the Silchester Brook. Mr. Wakefield explains that the approach to mitigation appears to be trying to hide and screen rather than to reflect the openness of the landscape character and agricultural nature of the landscape. For example, Mr. Wakefield illustrated in cross-examination that the proposed hedge in Field 2, most clearly shown on the landscape legacy plan at figure 11 of Mr. Kratz's proof of evidence, is a very odd shape, describing it as alien to the usual pattern of hedgerows in the landscape. Conclusion on landscape and visual impacts. The overall adverse effects of the proposed development in landscape and visual terms are very important. In Ms. Tipper's judgment, these harms, to which she gives overall significant weight, are decisive in the overall planning balance. Whilst the proposed development would be time limited to 40 years, and landscape character and visual impacts would reduce as the mitigation matures, the proposed development would fundamentally change the site for the lifetime of the development. And this, because 40 years is a long time, would be experienced by many as permanent. Heritage. I think that given where we are with heritage, if it's okay, I can take this section as read. It's essentially what I set out in my opening, so I have addressed the inquiry on it already, if that's all right. I'll move then to paragraph 63 and the benefits of the scheme. The difference between the main parties on the weight to be afforded to the benefits are less significant than the differences between the parties on adverse impacts, and therefore I deal with them more briefly. The Council recognises that the generation of renewable energy and contribution to the low carbon economy, along with low cost and secure energy, is a matter to be afforded substantial weight in the balance. Ms. Tipper explained that she did not see the need to split that benefit into its constituent parts, and that it was those matters overall which should be afforded substantial weight. It is noted that the grid connection is a matter of value to the appellant and means that the scheme could be delivered more quickly and at lower cost. This is recognised to be a benefit of the site for the appellant in the proposed development, but is not considered to be such as to justify the scale of development as proposed. Ms. Tipper was also clear that the ecological enhancement through biodiversity net gains of 100+% in respect of the appeal scheme is a matter to be afforded significant weight. However, she also made clear that this was only necessary to mitigate the harm of the development, and as such was not a benefit to tip the balance in favour of granting permission. Mr. Asquith's evidence identifies the cessation of conventional cropping, carries some weight in favour of the scheme. However, any such weight as Mr. Asquith accepted is of limited significance to the overall conclusion. In contrast to Mr. Asquith's position, Ms. Tipper was clear that the new planting would lead to unintended consequences in terms of change to the landscape character, and whilst biodiversity net gains would be a benefit because that planting is an effort to mitigate the harms caused, it is given overall negative weight by Ms. Tipper. I'm sorry, that paragraph is slightly poorly worded, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Revision of a new permissive path which runs parallel to an existing right of way is of limited value in the overall length of the network, but it is acknowledged that it would take users off the highway network, which is a positive. The wider effects of the development on the sensitive receptors using the network would carry a significant negative weight when placed in the balance. And I think this is an area where the appellant and the council are more clearly and much further apart. MPPF 100 is clear that decisions should protect and enhance public rights of way. Mr. Asquith accepted in cross-examination the application of paragraph 100, but the MPPF was not confined to physical preservation of rights of way, but could include consideration of their visual and amenity value. The overall impact on the quiet enjoyment of the extensive rights of way network would have a significant adverse effect. The parties agree that any economic benefits are of limited weight. The loss of agricultural land is considered by the council to be of neutral weight due to the lack of alternative options in the local area, though the direction in policy in respect of BMV land is noted. Turning then finally to the planning balance, the undertaking of the planning balance is not a mechanistic or mathematical exercise. It is an exercise of evaluative judgment. The evidence of Ms Tipper is that the adverse impacts of the proposed development taken together outweigh the benefits. Ms Tipper confirmed that this in the discussion, confirmed this again in the discussion of the disaggregation of these harms in answer to your questions at the end of her cross-examination. As she said, put another way, the matters behind her conclusion of significant harm are more important than the benefits. Her evaluation relates to the scale of the impacts on the local community. Ms Tipper explained her view that visual amenity of this site is particularly important given the extensive network of footpaths that traverse the site and surroundings. She explained that the harm which would be caused to the enjoyment of those using this network was a matter of real significance in this case, and in her view, determinative. This conclusion leads to the following implications for the proposed development in terms of compliance with the development plan. Firstly, non-compliance with EM1 of the local plan relating to landscape character and appearance and visual harms associated with the development. Ms Tipper was clear that the development is not sympathetic to the character and visual quality of the area, nor does it respect and enhance the character and visual amenity of the landscape affected. Proposed development would impact on the sense of place and detract from the remoteness and quiet enjoyment of the landscape from the public rights of way. She explained her view that these matters relate to a feeling of peace that comes from traversing the countryside along an extensive network of established local footpaths and cycle routes. Her view is that the extent of solar panels, which in a considerable number of locations would be viewed as an impermeable block of development, would needs to be inserted there, harmful to the enjoyment of landscape and a sense of remoteness. The breach of EM1, which was a matter to which Ms Tipper gave substantial weight in her overall assessment. Non-compliance with EM8 of the local plan is the second aspect, and this provides, as we well know, for support for renewable energy generation subject to adverse impacts outweighing the benefits. Ms Tipper was again clear that this is the key policy. It requires a balance to be undertaken between the benefits of the scheme and the adverse impacts, including adverse environmental impacts on landscape and visual appearance. Again, Ms Tipper's clear view was that this policy was breached, and substantial weight to this breach was given in her overall assessment. These breaches, particularly the breach of EM8, are such as to mean the development is not in accordance with the development plan as a whole. There are no material considerations which mean that the appeal should be determined otherwise than in accordance with the development plan. Accordingly, the council invites you to dismiss the appeal and to refuse planning permission. Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you. Francis, have you got copies of your closing? Thank you. Okay,
It remains common ground between all the parties that there is a climate emergency and that there is an urgent need to meet net zero. Green energy is an important part of that plan, but there are no legally binding targets for solar production in the UK. The national position is one thing, but the question for this inquiry remains whether the appeal scheme in either form is necessary or appropriate on this site, and whether in the planning balance, the harm that would be caused by it is outweighed by any public benefit. It is self-evident that the appellants failed to search wider than the self-imposed and arbitrary 5-kilometre radius from the substation, not least because at least one other scheme has been presented within the Bramley GSP area and outside that 5 kilometre radius. The motive for choosing this site is commercial, not public benefit. There remain 2 schemes presented to the inquiry. The original refuse scheme, which still contains an operator-run forest school, remains undeliverable, which is a material consideration. The second scheme, with proposed amendments, should have required reconsultation at application stage, which did not take place. Because of the inadequate attempt at consultation carried out by the appellant during this appeal, despite an invitation from the local community to meet, that has deprived those who should have been consulted with the opportunity to respond. To allow that amended scheme now would not accord with Annex M or the Wheatcroft principles. In addition to this, the proposed use of the north-eastern access onto Bramley Road from Field 1 for all access after construction for the duration of the 40-year scheme is wholly unrealistic and cannot be dealt with by condition. There is wholly insufficient visibility onto the highway, and the proposed amendments to the entrance, as set out in the response document ID 18, would require third-party consent, which will not be given. As it stands, in its existing form, that proposed access is at a junction of a footpath and the national cycle and crosses the National Cycle Route 23, enters an unimproved field, which floods badly every single year, traversing an existing bridge unsuitable for use for more permanent access. And there's an extra part here which is not in the typeset. If there was a fire, an injury.
So, sorry, I'll need to make a note of this. So where did that come?
That's just after the word access, more permanent access. Apologies, sir.
Is there a lot?
It's one sentence.
Okay, I'll insert it on the end.
If there was a fire, an injury, or other accident in Field 1 during those 40 years.
Sorry, Field 1.
It would not be possible for emergency services to access the incident via that access. The highway at this point is a single track, which then immediately crosses an ancient bridge that is damaged most years by road traffic accidents, compounded, for example, when the road floods regularly after any period of prolonged rain. The appellants propose that this will be the only access into Field 1 over the duration of the development, even including repairs and upgrading of the panels, which are claimed to have a lifespan of 30 years, and potentially of transformers and inverters. This is wholly unrealistic, and since, as is accepted by the appellant, it cannot be addressed by condition, it is a fatal flaw in the scheme which cannot be addressed without resubmission and is a reason for dismissal. The scheme itself, in either form, has 2 distinct parts, and this is also important because the motives and need for each are equally distinct, and the 2 parts are worthy of separate analysis in the planning balance. First, there is a very large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic farm. Secondly, there is a separate element being 20 battery storage containers and the associated works. Landscape. We have heard from Mr. Wakefield that the recreational value is good, landscape quality is good, scenic quality is good, and there is a low capacity for change with a large-scale adverse effect and with an overall major adverse landscape impact from the proposal. Mr. Minchens agreed with all those assessments, but went further, stating that due to the open, unspoiled, and largely unchanged historic nature of this landscape, and its being appreciable from so many public rights-of-way vantage points, both within and alongside the site, this landscape is elevated to a framework valued landscape, as envisaged in paragraph 174 of the NPPF. Mr. Anstis concluded in his evidence that there would be adverse substantial effects on the 4 kilometres of affected public rights of way and to that part of the recreational valley of the affected landscape. In weighing the planning balance, Mr. Anstis concluded that the weight to be afforded to the overall harm to the landscape character and visual amenity should be adverse substantial. These opinions were in stark contrast to the weight offered by Mr. Asquith, being positive limited and negative limited respectively. Through the inquiry, it was clarified that the proposed planted screening is intended to be 3 metres high, which together with the proposal itself changes the entire nature of the landscape and the designated important views to it, leaving instead an industrial swathe of some 100,000 panels and associated works, harming the enjoyment and appreciation of the wider countryside setting, the rural nature, the sense of calm tranquility, the historic context with respect to the linked heritage, and in particular as a link to the historic scheduled ancient monument of Silchester. Users currently benefit from their connection to wildlife, the interest in the agriculture, the use of the network of routes through and around the site as high quality and important place, supporting their mental and physical health and well-being. The local community and wider public, including those using the pilgrims routes along the POWs from Silchester Church to Bramley Church. The proposed screening, limited views and tunnelling the users to a 10-metre view would also give a strong sense of enclosure, potentially increasing fear and insecurity and reducing the use of the paths. No local benefits other than a short section of public right-of-way added and amended are now offered. The substantial landscape harm weighs heavily against any public benefit of the proposal, and as the council agrees in the planning balance, it outweighs it. Residential amenity has not been considered as no properties were visited, despite residents' invitation to do so. There were 683 objections, and there are only 750 on the electoral roll of Silchester. Heritage. Professor Michael Fulford described the unique nature of the scheduled ancient monument and the importance of its wider setting, which includes the proposal site. And we heard that in his opinion, the proposal, through potential and unknown levels of impact on the below ground remains, and the loss of the site during at least the lifetime of the development would cause substantial harm to that monument landscape setting. Professor Fulford also particularly concerned that Mr. Askew, in his evidence, accepted firstly that there is a risk of potentially harmful compaction from the construction, use, and subsequent decommissioning and removal of the proposed development, and secondly, that his suggested remedies to that potential compaction, such as subsoiling and even more invasive methods, could further harm the below ground remains. Mitigation, tree roots, and fence post piling may indeed invade the heritage assets. The appellant did not adequately investigate Field 2 and did not survey Field 3 at all. We therefore cannot know adequately the impact on the archaeology. When weighing the planning balance of the heritage harm, Mr. Anstis considered the overall impact of the proposal on heritage to be adverse substantial. Loss of best and most versatile productive arable land. It remains common ground between the parties that the majority of the site is BMV land, and that at least during the lifetime of the development, the ability to farm the land in that way will be lost. This, together with the risk of compaction already described, is additional weight against the proposal. Policies and guidance place significant weight on supporting food production and on prioritising other land where possible and only developing on BMV land where it is necessary. The National Planning Policy Guidance on Renewables and Low Carbon Energy, 18th of June 2015, supported by the Minister's statement in March 2015, core document 100, page 9, sets out the particular necessity test considerations required for authorities to allow such a scheme, including A, the effective use of land by focusing large-scale solar farms on previously developed and non-agricultural land, and B, where a proposal involves agricultural land, whether the proposed use of any agricultural land has been shown to be necessary, and poorer quality land has been used in preference to higher quality land. Indeed, in the second line at paragraph 21 of the Rose of Crown Farm Appeal, called document 186, the inspector confirmed that the test is to provide the most compelling evidence that use of BMB land is necessary and that poor quality land is not available in each case. Draft EN3, called document 110, page 82, at 2.48.13, second line, states, where possible, ground-mounted solar PV projects should utilise previously developed land, brownfield land, contaminated land, industrial land, or agricultural land, preferably of classification 3B, 4, and 5, avoiding the use of best and most versatile cropland where possible. This supports the necessity test in requiring the proposer to demonstrate that it is not possible to use less harmed land. The appellant has failed to even search for such sites. At 2.44.15 in the same document, the third last line states, it is recognised that at this scale, it is likely that applicant developments may use some agricultural land. However, applicants should explain their choice of site, noting the preference for development beyond brownfield or non-agricultural land. The appellant has failed to explain their choice of site against other sites within the wider Bramley GSP area because the search did not extend into it beyond the 5 kilometre limit. Mr. Bailey's evidence, supported by Mr. Hall in this submission, demonstrated that the same or higher amounts of solar renewable energy could be achieved from a number of sites within a 20 to 30 kilometre radius from the Bramley substation. Indeed, Mr. Bailey identified up to 5,000 hectares of sites within the Bramley grid supply point GSP area that were neither BMV or in flood zone 2, but the appellant failed to search in this area. Mr. Bailey also demonstrated that the battery storage element of the proposal could be positioned anywhere on the transmission grid within 60 to 100 kilometres from the Bramley substation. Mr. Whittaker accepted both of these search distances, and the appellant has erroneously limited its search for less harmful sites than the proposal to within 5 kilometre radius from the Bramley substation, failing therefore to satisfy the necessary test in the MPPG, and instead it promotes a site that causes substantial harm unnecessarily. In the attempt to offset that harm by offering a proposal as a temporary facility, it in fact harms the infrastructural possibility of an alternative scheme within the Bramley GSP area of a permanent facility. This unsustainable approach is irresponsible and does not assist in the aim for net zero. Indeed, in considering the planning balance, weighing the substantial harms that would be caused by this proposal as a whole, the public benefit of the battery storage element of this proposal is not at all clear, since the primary function of the proposed batteries is to create very short-term storage of just 1 hour of supply at peak, to allow the appellant to load shift and trade that power on the market when prices are higher during the 24 hours, potentially increasing profits substantially for the appellant, but not assisting with constraint management, ancillary services, or any other grid issues. While there are no objections to the commercial objectives of the appellant, they are not a public benefit. This element of the scheme fails the planning balance catastrophically, and since it forms part of a single wider appeal proposal, it must drag the whole proposal down with it. The potential public benefit of the solar farm element of the proposal is more nuanced, since the public benefit for providing solar energy in this location, connected to the transmission network, as opposed to the distribution network, which all other solar farms in Hampshire and the vast majority of those nationally connect to, does nothing to alleviate the bottleneck between the transmission network and the distribution network, or assist by generating an application to the distribution network for a connection, which would allow the statutorily required expansion of the network to accommodate that application, which in turn would help to achieve National Grid's plan for achieving net zero. In short, by choosing to place the solar farm here, as opposed to applying 2.5 years ago on less harmful sites on the distribution network, the appellant has squandered that time and the opportunity to produce a sustainable and permanent equivalent generation opportunity. So, the substantial harm to the landscape, the substantial harm to the public rights of way, the significant harm to the heritage, and the loss of a substantial area of best and most versatile productive arable land weighs heavily against the more limited public benefit of the solar farm element, and crucially, much more heavily on the battery storage element. And in aggregate, the public benefit does not outweigh the harm in this case, and the appeal must be dismissed. 683 objections to a single application is one of the highest number ever recorded at this council, and there is a reason for that. This community cares passionately about this highly valued landscape. Professor Fulford has been discovering Iron Age and Roman remains within this deeply historic and unspoilt landscape since the 1970s. And the unique scheduled ancient monument is unique, drawing visitors from around the globe. The people who live here are rightly proud of the deep sense of heritage here, and its protection matters. The Labour is identified in the UK's as the UK's first town, and the only example of its kind as an undeveloped site of Iron Age and Roman town. Anyone arriving by train to visit this nationally recognised site, traversing the rural route by path or road, currently can feel connected to our ancient culture. And it has been frankly insulting to hear witnesses for the appellant glibly saying that views will be unchanged by 100,000 panels towering 3 metre high, security fences and cameras, and claiming that in fact these changes to the landscape might even be an improvement. The local people and non-local visitors care, sir, because this landscape really matters. The Planning Development Committee agreed with them 10 to 1. It is an essential part of the health and well-being of this community, and the neighbourhood plan describes it as such and seeks with passion and pride to protect it. National and local policies recognise the value of public rights of way and the need for people to walk and exercise and connect to the natural world. Every one of us experienced the pandemic. All of us here, all the people watching, all the visitors to this site, even the council officers literally just returned from suffering COVID-19. Being locked down, trapped without our community links and without our outside world, changed us and simply compounded the public's response to this industrialisation of a beautiful area. We remembered how important our surroundings really were. The surroundings of this include ancient trails, deer, red kite, trees, wide open rural landscapes, connecting people with nature and with their deep heritage. No, it will be changed. It will be harmed beyond measure. Mr. Asquith insults us with his positive limited. This is a developer using the national crisis as an excuse to desecrate a vast area of high-value arable land in a highly valued landscape unnecessarily. There are other ways and other far less sensitive sites, but they have not even been looked at because this is the most profitable one. And the entire manner with which this developer has disregarded the community and the importance of the landscape is a demonstration of that single-minded motive. This appeal must be dismissed.
That's it. Osmond Smith, do you want a short adjournment to consider the other closings?
Yes, sir, if I may. Would be 10 minutes will be sufficient.
10 minutes, okay.
Thank you very much.
Just come at 2:05. We'll adjourn and come back at 2:15.
Thanks, sir.
And the inquiry is resumed. I see most people have moved on to caffeine energy drinks. We are nearly there, so bear with me. Ms. Osmond-Smith, are you ready to give your closing remarks?
So it's not arrived yet in hard copy. I'm happy to start, but you might want to follow along with the printed version.
For the hard copy, and I'll take the opportunity then just to double check the arrangements for the site visit. I was going to check the postcode for where we're meeting. I've got it down as RG72LN.
Perfect.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you need to,
Can you repeat that, please?
RG7 2LN for November.
Okay.
So if you can let respective parties know.
It's happening again, so.
The 2-minute curtain call.
It's closing.
And we've agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. That's okay with everyone. Okay. Can I, if I'm going to be accompanied, I may as well make use of people. Can I ask either the council or the appellant to bring along set of drawings, but also the folder of viewpoints? Gives my hands free for making my notes, so if someone else could bring those along and could have them available as we go around on the site visit, that'd be useful. So if a volunteer, is it council or appellant?
We'll work it out between us.
Both of you will bring it, we'll decide on the day. As long as someone brings them, that would be appreciated. Okay, thank you for that. This is known as padding.
So I can update the numbers for the core documents if that helps.
Oh.
On treason.
This is like the announcement for the local primary school dinners for the coming week.
So we're going to give you a list which we'll sort out. I think we're on ID 20 for my closings. I just thought it was a bit remiss I hadn't given you numbers already. ID 21 for the Rule 6 closings. And I've even gone so far as to preempt friends closings arriving and call those ID 22s. And one final document which is really going a bit far is that the final conditions document will be ID 23, I hope.
Okay, and where are we with that, do you know?
It's on its way, I'm sure.
There's another document. It's my reply, which is a separate document. You might want to give that to
Okay,
me.
that will be, I suppose that can be ID 23 then. And then final conditions document ID 29.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I just add about the site visit? The entrance to Brookside Grange is where number 10 is on the map. The postcode might take you more to between 6 and 7.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So you've just been given two documents. The first is my closing submissions. The second is my reply. And you'll see the way that the reply is set out is given to the council's closing submissions, first paragraph number and response. And to the residents group, theirs is done by point because the paragraphs were numbered. So I've done it in that way. I don't propose to go through that, have that separately. I will concentrate on my closing submissions, which I will begin with the introduction. From deaths caused by record heat waves to devastating floods, the human, environmental and economic consequences of climate change are already being felt in the UK. 2019, Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council and Parliament both declared that we are facing a climate change emergency. To tackle that crisis, the UK is committed under the Climate Change Act, as amended in 2019, to the colossal challenge of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. The government is clear that failing to take decisive action now will result in natural catastrophes and changing weather patterns, as well as significant economic damage, supply chain disruption and displacement of populations. Rapid deployment of renewables has a critical role to play. The Net Zero Strategy 2021 is clear that the UK will need to be entirely powered by clean energy by 2035. Annual amounts of solar entering construction will need to ramp up significantly over the 2020s. But climate change is not the only reason that affordable homegrown renewable energy is urgently needed now. This country also faces an energy security and cost crisis. The Committee on Climate Change made clear earlier this year that solar, as one of the quickest means to deploy renewable energy, represents an opportunity to reduce fossil fuel consumption on a timescale that will help people cope with current very high prices. A number of local residents and witnesses for the Rule 6 Party acknowledged the urgency of climate change and the need for renewable energy to decarbonise the grid. However, what became clear throughout the inquiry is that they simply do not want it to be near to where they happen to live. While there are two schemes before you, sir, termed the original and amended, all parties have focused on the amended scheme at the inquiry, as well as these closing submissions. Ms Tipper made entirely clear in oral evidence that the council is content, sir, for you to consider the amended scheme, that if permission were to be granted for a solar farm in this location, the amended scheme would be preferable, and that the council agrees that those who needed to be consulted so that no party would be prejudiced by the consideration of that amended scheme. The detail of the consultation has been addressed in opening, and a summary of the appellant's legal submissions are found at Annex 1. The structure of these closing submissions is to first address your two main issues, effects on character and appearance and on heritage assets, followed with a number of matters raised by the many witnesses called by the Rule 6 Party, in particular alternatives, agricultural land and batteries, before finally turning to the benefits of the planning balance. Turning first then to landscape. For Mr. Kratz's extensive professional experience, the appeal site is a good location for a solar farm. The inherent nature of the landscape, including its woodland and tree cover and relatively flat topography, means it is capable of accommodating this specific form of development without undue negative consequences. That too was the conclusion of the council's team of professional landscape officers who thoroughly engaged with the application proposal, not only through a review of the submission documents, but also a full site visit and pre-application dialogue. That process led to a number of revisions prior to determination and culminated in a positive recommendation with no objections in landscape terms subject to conditions. Mr. Wakefield accepted that those landscape officers are competent professionals, that not all local planning authorities have the benefit of specialist landscape advice, and that the landscape team can be taken to have a good understanding of the area and relevant policies. Their conclusion, endorsed in the committee report, was not just that the scheme was acceptable, but that it was a successful proposal. That is an agreed material consideration for you, sir. Mr. Wakefield has two main points. First, that the appeal scheme is too large, and secondly, that the proposed mitigation planting would have unintended consequences of foreshortening views. Both points were also made by Mr. Machen. However, limited, if any, weight can be placed on Mr. Machen's evidence in light of the following points conceded in cross-examination. While he asserts significant harm, his proof contains no analysis of the appellant's landscape and visual assessment to show where the differences lie. He has not addressed the local landscape character assessments and guidelines, which encourage new planting for the areas in question. He's provided no methodology in accordance with GLVIA 3 as to how he's reached his conclusions, accepting that methodology allows conclusions to be properly understood and interrogated. And finally, his proof contains no acknowledgement or analysis of the current local or national policy concerning landscape or solar energy development. Before addressing the specific landscape and visual effects, having particular regard to Mr. Wakefield's overarching concerns, it is first important to establish the context. This proposal is for a large solar farm on a greenfield site. It needs to be large to deliver its substantial energy and biodiversity benefits. To achieve the government's ambitions for 70 gigawatts of solar energy by 2035, two schemes of this size need to be delivered every week. As with any other substantial energy development, it is inevitable that there would be some landscape harm. Nonetheless, it is common ground that large-scale solar farms can in principle be acceptable in the countryside if appropriate mitigation is provided, and that the government supports large ground-mounted solar. Both national and local policy, EM8, adopt a supportive approach, indicating development will be approved where harm can be made acceptable. Accordingly, a series of inspectors and the Secretary of State have recently granted permissions for large-scale solar in open countryside. Those decisions are clear that reversible and even significant localised landscape harm can be outweighed by the benefits of renewable energy and biodiversity net gain. As Inspector Ware held in the decision endorsed by the Secretary of State, it is inevitable that a large-scale solar farm such as this is likely to cause a degree of landscape harm. Likewise, the committee report here recognised that energy projects will have an inevitable impact upon the landscape, that regard must be had to capacity to accommodate change, and that harm or public visibility does not mean the development would be unacceptable. Mr. Wakefield agreed with the approach. In terms of landscape character, the appeal scheme was landscape-led in its design. From the outset, Mr. Pratt's team had flexibility as to the position of the arrays and the quantum and location of green infrastructure. The design respects and responds to the landscape and flowed from an understanding of its capacity to accept change and realise positive opportunities, in particular, the natural woodland subdivisions and periphery tree lines limiting visibility. Amendments address consultees' concerns to the extent appropriate and possible. The appeal site falls within two character areas in the Basingstoke and Dean Landscape Character Assessment 2021, LCA 4, North Sherborne, and LCA 6, Loddon and Lyde Valley. Some caution should be exercised in respect of the 2021 LCA because it has not been subject to examination. Mr. Wakefield also agreed that the 2021 LCA does not state that solar development is prohibited or would inevitably result in unacceptable impacts. That is not its purpose, or that is not the purpose of the landscape character assessment to say what development is appropriate, and that its comment about the visual intrusion of energy generation needs to be understood in the context of supportive national guidelines. What the 2021 LCA does do is to provide a common basis of understanding of the character of the receiving landscape, as well as guidelines to manage it. Mr. Wakefield agreed that both LCA 4 and LCA 6's descriptions include reference to established woodland and hedgerow structure, level of enclosure, and some detracting influences, including pylons. Mr. Pratt confirmed that one of the roles of the character assessment is to inform appropriate responses, and that this has guided the mitigation design, which seeks to reinforce the existing framework of vegetation in the area, including east-west tree belts and hedgerow planting. To analyse effects on landscape character resulting from the proposed development, the two main considerations comprise sensitivity of the sector and magnitude of change. The difference between Mr. Pratt and Mr. Wakefield lies in their approach to sensitivity, a combination of the landscape's value and susceptibility to the development proposed. It's common ground with the Council that the appeal site is not a valued landscape for the purposes of the framework, and that it is not designated for its landscape beauty. Mr. Wakefield describes it good or medium value, which accords with the LBIA analysis of local and district value. Mr. Wakefield accepted that this makes the site more appropriate for large-scale solar than a higher valued or protected landscape. And while Mr. Machin considers it is a valued landscape, he could point to no basis for his conclusion in law, policy, or guidance. One particular concern of the Rule 6 party has been recreational value. Mr. Pratt explained that the LVIA, having regard to policy and best practice, properly took account of the value of the recreational landscape and the extent to which it reflected cultural or historic associations for local people and expectations of public right-of-way users. The EIA screening did not request a recreational amenity impact assessment. The key divide is over susceptibility or ability to accommodate the proposed development without undue consequences, the definition taken from the GLVIA. This judgment includes consideration of the character of the landscape and the nature of the proposed development in question. In Mr. Pratt's analysis, this solar development would lie on the site, would not impact the physical assets of the site, and would be low-lying, static, and quiet. That, combined with the nature of the landscape, flat, well-wooded, treed and hedged, already containing energy infrastructure in the form of large pylons and the substation, and subdivided into distinct compartments such that the proposal is only ever appreciated in smaller areas, means it can accommodate the particular development proposed with its bespoke mitigation. Mr. Wakefield conceded that the development that is temporary, relatively low-lying, permeable to a degree, and sitting on the landscape can more easily respect the existing fabric than permanent buildings. In short, solar is more readily accommodated than traditional industrial developments such as a power station or warehouse with their associated noise, movement and moving parts, or even housing. As Mr. Wakefield pointed out, if the appellant had been proposing warehouses across the fields, there may not have been a recommendation for approval. Despite acknowledging these points in cross-examination, Mr. Wakefield's argument in relation to sensitivity failed to address the nature of the proposed development, generating the critical difference with Mr. Pratt. In terms of the change that the solar farm would bring about, Mr. Pratt acknowledged that the character within the site would alter. However, as Mr. Wakefield conceded, it is important to keep in mind that most of the landscape features would be unaffected and only a very small proportion of the ground disturbed, about 4% of the site area. In particular, having regard to Mr. Wakefield's own summary of the key characteristics of the site, the gently undulating subtle landform would be unaffected. Some rural character and tranquility would prevail, including connection with nature, quietness, stillness, and appreciation of views to the countryside, with agricultural sheep grazing under panels while the scheme is operational, and full return to the farmers in 40 years' time. While there would be reduced intervisibility, some views would remain open. The woodlands and copses would all remain, and additional native planting would enhance green links between woodlands. The pylons and existing energy infrastructure would not change, and there would be no adverse physical effect on the public rights-of-way as a resource and facility. And the new permissive 519 metres right-of-way proposed, including 300 metres as an off-road alternative to the Brenda Parker Way, is acknowledged to be a benefit. Mr. Wakefield's concerns in relation to the consideration of change focus on C, the impact on medium intervisibility arising from planting. However, that argument was wholly misplaced. In Mr. Pratt's view, the proposed woodland tree and hedgerow planting reinforce existing landscape character and provide screening that would be entirely in line with and sympathetic to the area, resulting in a long-term beneficial landscape legacy. A number of factors must be kept in mind. First, it is common ground that the proposals are aligned with the management guidelines for LCA 4 and LCA 6, which both view tree and hedgerow planting as positive. This is a critical concession by the Council because the scheme delivers exactly what the 2021 LCA recommends and what EM1 expects. Second, planting and woodland blocks are already a characteristic feature of the site and its immediate environs, partially enclosing views in a number of locations. Third, the officer's report considered that new structural planting would provide enhanced connectivity, green infrastructure and biodiversity benefits. Fourth, Mr. Wakefield accepted that reinstatement of the historic hedgerow in Field 1 would be a positive, even though it could shorten views. Fifth, unlike Greenbelt, there is no policy protection for general openness of the countryside. No affected views have been identified as important or protected, and the 2021 LCA does not say that views should be kept open. In any case, Mr. Pratt, commenting on VUH by way of example, illustrated how views from within the site to existing landscape features would not be lost, with tree backdrops to views retained, and how from the Prowse, public rights of way, views would remain open in at least one direction. Sixth, Mr. Crash and Mr. Wakefield agreed that national policy and guidance encourages planting as one of the best ways of mitigating the effects of solar farms, and such planting is something the landowner could do in principle without planning permission as a matter of environmental stewardship. Finally, while no two sites are the same, it is notable that a very similar argument that mitigation planting would be harmful was roundly dismissed in the Halorton appeal decision by Inspector George Baird. As to the effect on the wider landscape beyond the site and its immediate environs, Mr. Wakefield agrees that there are no significant impacts on the wider LCAs. The appeal site comprises just 0.4% of LCA 4 and 1.5% of LCA 6. It is worth noting in terms of scale that Mr. Pratt advised that the appeal scheme area within the deer fence is 49 hectares and smaller than the Bramley main urban area at 62 hectares. In Mr. Pratt's very extensive experience coordinating environmental impact assessments and undertaking LVIAs, an effect is only considered significant if it is greater than moderate, i.e. moderate, major moderate and above. That aligns with the obvious reading of Mr. Wakefield's methodology, which states that significant landscape effects would be major, moderate and above. In all, while there would be some adverse landscape effects, these would be highly localised. The landscape character of the wider area would prevail and remain rural. and would reduce over the lifetime of the scheme. With the amended scheme for LCA4, the immediate vicinity of the site would experience a moderate to slight impact, and the character area as a whole a minimal impact. For LCA6, the site and its immediate vicinity would experience slight adverse impact, and the character of the area as a whole slight to negligible impact. It is significant that Ms. Tipper accepted in cross-examination that development of fields 5 and 6 could be regarded as acceptable in landscape, character and visual terms, such that the dispute between the parties relates only to fields 1, 2 and 4. The scheme would also bring benefits in the form of lasting tree and hedgerow planting, allowing continuity of cover and providing resilience and reinforcement to existing character. While Mr. Machin queried the feasibility of the planting, the Council agrees that this can be secured through the clear structure and commitments in the Conditioned Landscape and Ecology Management Plan, the LEM. There is no evidence that the enduring biodiversity and character benefits of structural planting could practically be achieved should the solar scheme not go ahead. As Mr. Asquith explained, these come at significant cost and would be funded by the revenue generated. Turning then to visual impact. While there has been some critique of the viewpoints, Mr. Wakefield did not go so far as to say the LVIA does not comply with GLIVIA, and the Council does not allege any concern with the photomontages, which are all accurate and in alignment with best practice. GLIVIA provides that viewpoints should include those reasonable and necessary to cover likely significant effects, and that the emphasis should be on proportionality in agreement with the relevant authority. Mr. Pratt explained that the viewpoints here are adequately representative. They show a range of receptors, the methodology is clear, and the grouping seeks to address the entirety of an area of landscape associated with Bramley. There are some longer distance viewpoints within the zone of visual influence, as well as viewpoints at much closer range to the proposed panels. The Council's professional landscape team agreed the approach, and Mr. Wakefield's additional viewpoints have already been adequately represented. Although winter views have now been provided, Mr. Pratt explained that experienced landscape professionals can assess how a site would perform in winter without them, through understanding the landscape and how it might change, and the LVIA methodology is clear in relation to these matters. Here, seasonal variations were taken account of from the outset, and the Council did not require winter views. All parties agreed that the photographs can only ever be an aide-memoire for you, sir, who will take in the views on your site visit tomorrow. There would, of course, be some adverse visual effects. However, Mr. Wakefield acknowledged that simply being able to see solar development does not mean it is unacceptable. It is common ground that on the whole, due to the low visual profile of the proposed development, with the panels at a maximum height of 3 metres, the generally flat, gently undulating topography, the notable existing tree and hedgerow cover of the site and surrounding area, and the layout of the proposal and its associated mitigation planting, visibility from the surrounding area would be very limited, with the highest visual impacts in close proximity to the site and diminishing quickly as one moves away. Where the solar arrays would be observed, it would often be in the context of the pylons and overhead lines. The entire development would not be visible from any one vantage point, with the fabric of the landscape naturally breaking up the scheme in visual terms. It is common ground that footpath users are sensitive receptors. The appropriate maximum high to medium sensitivity has been used in the LVIA in accordance with GLIVIA. However, Mr. Crash emphasised that the site is not unusually dense with public rights-of-way when one examines a right-of-way plan for the area, and none of the footpaths and national trails. The key path, the St James, the Brenda Parker Way and Silchester Trail, are long-distance walking routes with highly varied and memorable stops, and do not singularly appeal site for special mention. Mr. Crack does not consider that a change in views in some short stretches would deter recreational users. For the amended scheme, with the exception of a short section of the Brenda Parker Way, all public rights-of-way would only have immediate visual connection with the solar farm on one side between fields 1 and 2. And in all locations, development would be set back by a minimum of at least 10 metres. In the one location where there is solar on both sides between fields 1 and 3, and that should be fields 1 and 2. The route would be set within a 70-metre wide planted corridor. Mr. Crapp noted that there would be no tunnelling effect, but an experience similar to walking down a traditional countryside lane. Concerns raised by residents regarding tunnelling had been substantially addressed in the amended and appeal scheme, with the removal of solar panels either side of the public right-of-way routes. Mr. Pratt explained by reference to his indicative sections that the width of the green corridors would be neither oppressive nor out of keeping with the existing rights of way, such as that through Bramley Frith Wood. It is a form of green lane that is experienced up and down the country, and the Hampshire Countryside Access Officer and the British Horse Society did not object to the green corridors or mitigation planting. The mitigation proposed would, as it matures, result in the solar panels increasingly disappearing behind hedgerow planting. Olivia requires a focus on the significant remaining visual effects after mitigation, while acknowledging short-lived effects pre-mitigation. Mr. Crash accepted that some views across open fields would be foreshortened by planting, but as above, such planting is advocated for in the local guidelines as beneficial to reinforce character and cannot be said to result in an adverse impact. While some views would be altered, there are no important or promoted views of the appeal site that would be harmed. The result would not be uncharacteristic, and views from within the site to areas outside of the site and to notable landscape features would remain possible. Visual amenity from key footpaths is summarised in the ES addendum, with the greatest impacts to the Brenda Parker Way, resulting in a moderate slight adverse impact within the site. Even on the council's case at year 15, there would be no visual impacts greater than moderate. What that shows is not that the solar farm is unacceptable in visual terms, rather the site is wholly suitable for a scheme of this size and scale due to the topography and tree and hedgerow cover restricting visibility. In conclusion on this matter, Mr. Pratt concludes that there would be no significant impacts in landscape and visual terms, and that with the maturing of the landscaping, the localised, reversible and temporary harm that would arise would be low. The longer-term legacy would be positive, reinforcement of trees, hedgerow and green infrastructure as encouraged by the 2021 LCA. Mr. Pratt's conclusions align squarely with the Council's professional officers who recommended approval prior to post-determination improvements on the basis of compliance with EM1. Turning then to heritage and archaeology. There are no remaining determinative issues between the appellant and the council on heritage and archaeology, as confirmed in my learned friend's opening and closing and the heritage statement of common ground. Ms. Dipper is clear that the public benefits of the scheme would outweigh the less than substantial harm to build heritage assets, that is the Grade 2 Minchens farmhouse, Lower Farm and Old Meadow, and to the Silchester Conservation Area at the lowest end of the scale. As to archaeology, the council agrees that physical preservation of remains can be secured by condition, that the remains are not of a significance commensurate with a scheduled monument, and that the appeal site does not contribute to the heritage significance of the Silchester scheduled monument. As regards the residual minor issues between the appellant and the council, it is agreed that these do not go to any reason for withholding planning permission. Because first, in terms of access, the council maintains that the solar farm would mean that the archaeological remains within the site are not accessible for the lifetime of the scheme, but crucially, it agrees that this will not harm their significance. Second, as to research, the council maintains that the archaeology of the site was not sufficiently researched, but again agrees that is not a reason for withholding planning permission because no harm will be caused. And finally, Ms. Stoughton is clear that significance has not been undervalued because the awarded medium is the highest level below a scheduled monument, and it's agreed common ground that the remains are not of schedulable significance. Dr. Massey agrees that mitigation and management can be conditioned. Turning then to the Rule 6 parties case, while all key matters are agreed with the council, Professor Fulford alleges wide-ranging and substantial harm by lack of access, risk to remains and change to the setting of the Silchester scheduled monument. Professor Fulford is the foremost expert on Kalila at Zabasha and someone who understandably expressed genuine care about potential risk. However, it became clear that he has not fully grappled with the archaeology condition, which will ensure no harm to remains. His concern over soil compaction misunderstood Mr. Askew's evidence, and he has not applied the approach and key concepts of the framework to assessing heritage impacts. Professor Fulford's first concern was over the temporary hiatus of access for research. However, he has not articulated any harm to heritage significance or interest arising from that, and those, of course, are the tests that you must address. Ms. Stoughton's evidence was that the key test in the framework is whether harm, that is loss of significance, would occur. Preservation in situ causes no harm, as agreed with the council and recognised by Historic England. Such preservation is encouraged as a precautionary approach because future scientific methods will allow more effective excavation and recording. This is private land and there is no obligation for landowners to allow access. The solar farm would only be in place for 40 years, after which the landowner could allow access but is not obliged to do so. And finally, no harm would arise from the temporary inaccessibility of the remains. Secondly, while no part of his written proof, Professor Fulford in oral evidence raised concern of risk from soil compaction and restoration. It's agreed with the Council that physical protection of the remains can be secured by a condition requiring further investigation to make clear the precise areas where preservation is required and approval of a written scheme of mitigation. The evidence of Mr. Askew was that there is a risk of some soil compaction and construction and decommissioning in specific locations where machinery is used, but this would be similar to ordinary agricultural practices for which there are standard light touch solutions, be that rotation of or planting of particular crops with roots that remediate compaction. The conditioned soils management plan would ensure that excessive compaction does not occur. Mr. Askew explained that such plans are used up and down the country to deal with construction on agricultural land, including in his own experience with HS2. As such, while a whole range of techniques can hypothetically be used for deep compaction, such as subsoiling, those would not be necessary here, particularly given the aim that the soils management plan is to prevent compaction in the first place. Ms. Stoughton clarified that archaeological remains lie below the topsoil, but any compaction or restoration would be limited to topsoil of the cultivated area. In short, there would be no reason to disturb the archaeology. Ms. Stoughton also explained that there is likely to be a benefit to the physical preservation of the remains through cessation of ploughing, as recognised by Natural England's guidance on stewardship. While Mr. Anstice suggested that Field 1 is currently subject to minimal tillage, nobody knows what the ongoing agricultural regime would be in the future if the development were not to go ahead. Part of Professor Fulford's concern was an alleged lack of information. While there are limitations to any desk or geophysical survey, Ms. Stoughton is confident that adequate investigations have been carried out to characterise what is present at the appeal site and to be certain that appropriate mitigation could be provided. The site was evaluated through a staged approach to the satisfaction of the archaeological advisor to the council. The evidence comprises a desk-based assessment, including historic environment records, results of past surveys and previous find spots, crop marks, the geophysical survey, and Professor Fulford's own excavations. That corpus of evidence has identified an area of remains in Field 1 and an enclosure partially within Brownlee Frith Wood, as well as a further possible enclosure. Ms. Stoughton was clear that in her extensive expert archaeological experience, there is nothing suggestive of high significance archaeological remains that have been missed. The archaeological condition offers additional comfort as it makes provision for further investigations to define precisely areas of necessary mitigation. A suite of preservation measures commonly deployed in solar development and accepted by Historic England would then be used, including concrete shoes, hanging cables, and use of membranes. As Ms. Stoughton explained, the condition is generally worded so the detail can be agreed to the full satisfaction of the Council's archaeological advisor. And also you can be confident that there will be no harm to the significance of the remains. Thirdly, Professor Fulford also alleged substantial harm to the Silchester scheduled monument through change to setting. However, he identified no element of the landscape of the site that contributes to the significance of the asset, such as through historic illustrative interest, simply stating that harm to the appeal site is harm to Caliver, and that the experience of the landscape today is irrelevant. Those statements fail to recognise that under the framework, the approach is to first understand and articulate clearly what setting, that is, the surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced, contributes to significance in order to then grapple with the impact of any change. It's common ground between Dr. Massey and Ms. Stoughton that the intrinsic landscape character of the site as experienced today does not contribute to the significance of Caliver through setting. There is nothing legible in the landscape which has historic illustrative value. The visible character is not reflective of a prehistoric or Romano-British landscape, and the experience of standing on the site is not illustrative of the significance of the monument itself. In Professor Fulford's view, the significance of Caliver is bound up in its Iron Age character, its historic associations relating to the beginning of nucleated town settlements, and its importance for understanding the governance of the Kings of England. All of that significance can be understood without reference to the appeal site. Even so, if you were to find that the experience of standing on the appeal site today is somehow illustrative of the significance of Caliva because of invisible, potentially linked below-ground remains, those remains would not be impacted, so there would be no harm. Professor Fulford accepted that if the agreed position in the statement of common ground that physical preservation can be secured through condition is correct, then his case falls away entirely. Even if contrary to everything agreed by Miss Stote and Dr. Massey, the archaeological advisors to the Council and Historic England say he did find some harm to Caliva's significance through changes to setting, the allegation that there would be substantial harm of a kind so serious that the asset's significance would be vitiated altogether or very much reduced is beyond implausible. In all, the appeal scheme would give rise to negligible, less than substantial harm at the lowest end of the spectrum to build heritage assets at Minchens farmhouse, Lower Farm and Old Meadow, and to the Silchester Conservation Area. Neither the Council nor Professor Fulford considered this generates a heritage reason for refusal. There would be no harm to the Silchester scheduled monument through setting. Miss Stoughton and Dr. Massey concur that preservation of remains on site can be secured by condition. None of Historic England, the Council Conservation Officer, or the County Council's Archaeological Advisor objected. Accordingly, as agreed with Miss Tipper, Examination in Chief, the proposal is in accordance with Policy EM11 and Policy D1 of the Neighbourhood Plan. Turning then to alternatives and agricultural land. There is no legal or policy requirement to consider alternatives. So we refer you back to the key legal principles laid out at paragraphs 14 to 26 of our opening statement, and we've summarised those in the first annex to these closing submissions. While Ms Tipper's proof had initially alluded to alternatives, she confirmed in cross-examination that the Council is satisfied that an assessment of alternatives was not required and has not requested any further information on alternatives. Does not consider the appellant should have undertaken a wider or different search. Agrees that there is no alternative that would meet the need for renewables in a better way and that a series of smaller sites would represent a different project. Considers that EM8 does not require a sequential test, allows countryside location in principle, and places importance on grid connections. And finally, that alternative sites can be afforded no material weight in the balance. The Rule 6 Parties flawed case was based entirely on the 2015 Planning Practice Guidance, which states that a range of factors should be considered for large ground-mounted solar, including the temporary and reversible nature and potential to mitigate landscape impacts through screening. The one factor Mr. Anstis focused on was this, that where a proposal involves greenfield land, whether one, the proposed use of any agricultural land has been shown to be necessary and poorer quality land has been used in preference to higher quality land, and two, the proposals allow for continued agricultural use where applicable and or encourages biodiversity improvements around arrays. Mr. Anstis is simply wrong that this imposes a requirement for a sequential test. First, all the words say is that one factor decision makers should consider is whether use of agricultural land is necessary, which will involve a range of inputs from grid connection to land ownership. The PPG refers to all agricultural land, not just best and most versatile, and it looks to whether there can be continued agricultural use and or biodiversity improvements. In short, it does not say that solar schemes or battery storage must pass a sequential test to be acceptable on best and most versatile land. Secondly, the PPG's only guidance and the relevant paragraph was updated last in March 2015, so it's been overtaken by later events. The passage relied on by Mr. Anstis was published some 4 years before the legal duty to achieve net zero by 2050 was enacted in law and before Parliament declared a climate change emergency. Since then, there has been a step change in the imperative placed by government on the urgent need for rapid deployment of renewables. Mr. Bailey acknowledged that the guidelines were produced before the net zero objectives were put forward and that some of those earlier guidelines have been superseded by events. The most up-to-date policy in the 2021, it is the 2021 NPPF. What that provides at 174B is simply that planning decisions should recognise the economic and other benefits of BMV land, not avoid use of BMV land. Draft National Policy Statement EN3 is also clear that while solar should avoid BMV where possible, Land type should not be a predominating factor in determining the suitability of the site location. Draft MPS EM1 adds that applicants should preferably use land in areas of poorer quality. It's set where inconsistent with other sustainability objectives and should seek to minimise BMV impacts achieved through reversibility, ongoing grazing and resting of the soils. Faced with these considerations, Mr. Bailey accepted that there is no requirement in statute or policy for assessment of alternatives and that nothing prohibits the use of BMV. Similarly, Dr. Bridges accepted it's not government policy that BMV should be solely reserved for food production. Indeed, much of the UK's agricultural land is used not for food, but for growth of biofuel crops. Straightforwardly refusing this scheme on the basis that there is a requirement for a sequential test for either solar or battery storage located on BMV land would be legally unsound. Thirdly, the actual effects of the appeal scheme on BMV would be effectively minimised in accordance with the guidance in light of the following considerations. First, the appeal is for a temporary and reversible scheme that would be removed in 40 years, and all parties agree that no BMV was not permanently lost. Almost half of the entire appeal site is not BMV, that's 47%, and not all of the BMV would be covered by panels. While Dr. Bridges hypothesised that some 3B land should be upgraded, he has no methodology or evidence and confirmed that the only comprehensive assessment before you, sir, is the report of Mr. Askew. Land accommodating panels would still be used while the solar farm is operational for agricultural sheep grazing, as indicated by the farmer and noted as typical practice in the BRE guidance. The farmers considered that regular solar income would provide flexibility and support their ongoing agricultural businesses. The framework at paragraph 84 states that decisions should enable diversification of agricultural businesses, and EP4 provides similar encouragement for rural diversification. Conversion of arable to grassland under solar panels can improve soil health and biodiversity. Resting the soil can improve soil organic matter, soil organic carbon, and soil structure and drainage. The conditioned length includes measures to improve the biodiversity of the land under and around the panels. While some soil compaction could arise at construction and decommissioning, a conditioned soils management plan would ensure impacts are avoided, minimised and mitigated by best practice methods, including cultivation. The Council is content that the plan can ensure the soil resource is adequately protected through construction, operation and decommissioning. Mr. Askew considers there is no reason why the land could not be returned to full agricultural productivity after decommissioning. Natural England, the statutory consultee on BMV, did not object. Fourth, in any event, use of agricultural land is necessary for this particular development because there is no alternative site in the area with an appropriate grid offer. The grid connection is critical. Without it, no power can be exported, so there is no electricity generating facility. Policy EM8 requires proposals to demonstrate their links to the national grid, and draft NPS EM3 provides that locating solar farms at places with grid connection capacity enables the applicant to maximise existing grid infrastructure, minimise disruption and reduce overall costs. Whilst current grid connection can take significant time and resource, the appellant already has an offer to join the transmission grid at Bramley substation. Mr. Whitaker explained that there is no opportunity to connect to the wider distribution system because the 132 kV transformers are at capacity. Upgrading and replacing transformers would be a significant delay and cost, potentially millions of pounds, funded partly by the developer and partly by future users. While there is some capacity in the transformers at Bramley and over Thatcham, a connection to the 132 kV network there would require a rebuild and extension of the substation. Mr. Bailey agreed that the distribution network is presently constrained. Accordingly, the connection offer to the adjacent transmission grid is a significant benefit, reducing costs, time, environmental impact, and the probability of asset failure. The offer is a scarce resource and timescale, and Mr. Bailey accepted that if the development is going to connect directly to the Bramley substation, the appeal site is the best solution due to its proximity. Proximity to the substation minimises distances, the power flows, and likely reduces electricity losses, power outages, costs, and resources. It brings a range of environmental benefits, including minimising the actual resources needed in the large cable, the physical disruption of the ground, and losses through resistance. While Mr. Anstis points out that some of the fields are circa 1.3 kilometres from the Bramley substation, Mr. Whitaker explained that there would be a central collector substation within the solar farm just 300 metres from the national grid. As such, the main cable would be very short. Mr. Whitaker's evidence also pointed to the favourable charging regime at Bramley, which provides encouragement to transmission connection. In all, the evidence before the inquiry demonstrates that there is no better point of connection available. Within 5 kilometres of the substation, there is no land to accommodate a solar farm of this size in a way that would use any less BMV. Mr. Bailey accepted that his evidence has not identified any deliverable alternatives. He also conceded that many small schemes would represent a different project altogether and would be less efficient, each requiring an application, developer, consultation and connection. Mr. Bailey concluded that his position is fairly characterised as being that the proposal has done just enough to satisfy policy but should have gone an extra mile. It is therefore now common ground with Mr. Bailey that the scheme is policy compliant and accordingly no planning harm or reason for refusal can arise regarding alternatives for BMV. On to battery storage. Battery storage provides flexibility and security for the energy system, storing excess energy and deploying when demand is high, thereby reducing the fossil fuels that need to be burned to supply peak power. The 20 proposed battery containers that form a part and parcel of the appeal scheme will enable storage of 40 megawatt hours, slightly less than the amount of electricity that the solar farm will generate in 1 hour of peak operation. Co-location of batteries with solar generation to provide flexibility and reduce the effects of intermittency of renewables is supported nationally, with government's clearly stated position that storage is critical to achieving an energy secure net zero future. In particular, the British Energy Security Strategy encourages all forms of flexibility in the energy system and supports supports solar co-located with storage to maximise efficiency. Drafting M1 explains that storage has a key role to achieving net zero, reducing costs and increasing reliability by storing surplus energy in times of low demand and releasing at peaks. The net zero strategy provides that rapid decarbonisation of energy systems requires flexibility to integrate renewables and balance their intermittency through innovative solutions, including new storage technologies. And finally, the 2022 review of electricity market arrangements consultation additionally highlights the importance of flexibility and storage as part of net zero. The government estimates that technologies like battery storage supporting the integration of more low carbon power, heat and transport technologies could save the UK energy system up to £40 billion by 2050, ultimately reducing people's energy bills. This support is also echoed in a series of appeal decisions where inspectors and the Secretary of State have recognised the benefits of batteries, including co-located with solar. The first example is the examining authority in Clean Hill, which found the co-location of battery storage with solar represents a growing trend that will offer flexibility in operation and maximise energy resources in a balanced and efficient way, and gave co-located storage significant positive weight in the balance. In Langford, the Secretary of State consented a 49.9 megawatt solar scheme co-located with battery energy storage. In Wolverhampton West, the inspector allowed a standalone battery storage scheme located in the Greenbelt, given the benefits associated with meeting net zero. And similarly, in Monkfriston, the contribution to net zero and diversifying the energy brought by battery storage was afforded significant weight, overcoming the harm to Greenbelt, this time on Grade 2 best and most versatile land. The evidence of Mr. Lowe and Mr. Asquith confirmed that the principal purpose of the batteries would be local load shifting, short-term storage of solar power generated by the appeal scheme when demand is low, and when not storing Bramley solar, the batteries could also be used for national grid balancing, that is, charging with excess solar and wind energy generated elsewhere. Both would mean peak use would be less reliant on fossil fuel generators coming online to meet short-term demands created by renewable intermittency, improving the solar scheme by smoothing deployment and offsetting even more carbon. Mr. Lowe also highlights key benefits of co-locating battery storage with solar. First, sharing the grid connection and enabling the renewable generation to become a grid asset, which is more balanced and stable. Second is the potential to defer capitally intensive investments in grid reinforcement caused by increasing incoming quantities of solar PV and wind. And finally, reduced operating costs resulting from sharing operations and maintenance crews. Moving then to the planning balance. The starting point in making this decision is 38.6 of the Planning Code Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, by which the determination must be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. As to the approach, it's important to keep in mind that conflict with part of a policy does not necessarily mean conflict with the whole, and that conflict with one policy doesn't necessitate conflict with the development plan as a whole. As agreed by the Council and Appellant, EM1 is the most important policy. It is worded permissively, providing support for renewables, including within the countryside, then going on to say that proposals will be permitted unless adverse impacts outweigh the benefits. Mr. Asquith is clear that the appeal scheme complies. The landscape and visual effects, which even on the Council's case are moderate for most of the scheme, and moderate to major only in respect of landscape impact for Field 1, together with the less than substantial heritage harm at the very lowermost end of the spectrum, are together outweighed by the substantial benefits addressed below. The Council's case officer and landscape officers, who are most familiar with local policy and the local landscape, also considered that the appeal scheme complies with EM1 because of the extensive mitigation planting proposed. Ms. Tipper agreed that EM1 imports a flexible rather than a no-harm test, that a scheme in the countryside with adverse landscape impacts could in principle comply, and that the supporting text explains that a proportionate approach should be followed, applying the requirements flexibly and acknowledging large developments will likely give rise to greater impacts. Ms. Tipper also accepted that the appeal proposals have had regard to qualities identified in the landscape character assessment per criterion A and respect the setting of settlements and associated views per C. Even on the Council's case, there is realistically only a partial conflict with criterion E. Mr. Asquith agrees with the officers that read in the appropriate flexible way that EM1 must. The appeal scheme, with its extensive proposed mitigation, limited, localised and temporary impacts, meets the policy requirements. As to AM11, it is now common ground with the Council that there is no conflict with this policy. Similarly, Ms. Tipper agreed that there is compliance with EP4, the rural economy, because income the solar farm provides would support and enable the continuing stability of the existing agricultural businesses, and that is a material consideration in favour of the scheme. Finally, in terms of D1, while Ms. Tipper initially alleged conflict, she then conceded the policy relates to defined character areas within the neighbourhood plan and the rural setting of Bramley which would not be adversely impacted. On the whole, Mr. Asquith is clear that the scheme complies with the development plan read as a whole. Ms. Fitzherbert Green agreed and recommended approval on the basis that the proposals comprise sustainable development. Ms. Tipper accepted that that is a reasonable conclusion, an important finding by the Council's professional planner in the context of a balanced committee review dealing with the whole of the harms and benefits and material considerations for you. In terms of the balance, it's also Mr. Asquith's professional opinion that even so were you to find a degree of conflict with policy EM1 and the weight of material considerations is such that planning permission should still be granted, the positive effects of the appeal proposals outweigh to a very large extent the adverse. The adverse effects are, firstly, the inevitable but reversible localised harm to landscape character and visual amenity, which is not significant in EIA terms. In light of the conclusions of Mr. Pratt's evidence, Mr. Asquith gives this only limited negative weight. Secondly, there is the negligible lowermost level of temporary, less than substantial harm to the settings of Grade 2 buildings at Minchens Farmhouse, Lower Farm, Old Meadow and to the conservation area. Mr. Asquith considers the harm should be afforded moderate negative weight in the overall planning balance, affording the requisite considerable weight to the conservation of heritage assets, applying both the statutory tests and paragraph 199 of the framework. Keeping in mind the policy context, the temporary nature of the solar scheme and the continued use for agriculture while the scheme is operational through sheep grazing, Ms. Tipper and Mr. Asquith concur that the use of BMB land should be afforded neutral weight. It's also agreed with the Council that all technical concerns have been resolved with the relevant public authority subject to conditions, that's highways, drainage, residential amenity, glint and glare and noise included. Set against the limited adverse impact, the benefits of this scheme are very weighty, and cover the environmental, social and economic dimensions of sustainability under the framework. Turning first to clean, renewable energy generation. Ms Tipper accepted there is an overwhelmingly positive policy context for this type of development, with renewable energy supported at all levels of policy and guidance. Mr Asquith explained that in his decades of experience in the renewable sector, recent years have seen a real shift in government support for tackling climate change. The following relevant considerations are agreed with the Council. The Climate Change Act, as amended, places a legally binding obligation on the government to meet net zero by 2050. December's 2020 Energy White Paper sets out that achieving net zero rests on a decisive shift away from fossil fuels to clean energy and describes solar as a key building block of the future energy generation mix. The framework provides a presumption in favour of renewables at paragraph 158, making clear that applicants should not be required to demonstrate need. The decisive answer to the submissions of local resident Mr Hall, who does not consider there is a need for solar but fails entirely to find any support for his views in policy. Paragraph 152, the framework states that the planning system should support the transition to a low-carbon future in a changing climate, inter alia by supporting renewable and low-carbon energy and associated infrastructure. Draft EM1 outlines that wind and solar are the lowest cost ways of generating energy, and that a secure, reliable net zero system in 2050 is likely to be composed predominantly of wind and solar. Draft EN3 describes solar as a key part of the government strategy for low-cost decarbonisation of the energy sector, and renewables as an essential element of the transition to net zero. The net zero strategy says that the UK will be powered entirely by clean energy by 2035, infrastructure for which needs to be deployed at an unprecedented scale, with the government forecasting a 40 to 60% increase in demand over the same period. The British Energy Security Strategy anticipates a five-fold increase of solar capacity in the UK from 14 gigawatts to 70 by 2035. Large-scale ground-mounted solar will have to do a lot of the heavy lifting to achieve these ambitions. Ms Tipper agreed that the government sees solar as a particularly important building block in the clean energy transition. Mr Bailey also accepted that government support a very significant step in deployment of solar energy, including through large-scale ground-mounted solar. Locally, the Council has adopted a climate emergency action plan in 2021, and as far back as 2010, its Energy Opportunities Plan recommended at least 166 gigawatt hours of renewable electricity by 2020 in Basingstoke and Deane. Ms Tipper accepted that with only 56.2 of such generation achieved by 2021, the Council has fallen short of that now out-of-date target, and there would still be a significant mismatch were the appeal scheme to go ahead. The proposed solar farm would generate substantial savings of carbon dioxide emissions, 9,381 tonnes annually, with 45 megawatts sufficient to power 11,150 homes each year with clean energy. These benefits could be realised rapidly, operational just 1 year after planning permission, and more quickly than any other form of similar scale power generation could be commissioned. In light of these considerations, both Ms Tipper and Mr Asquith ascribe substantial positive weight to the generation of renewable energy and contribution to a low carbon economy. And Mr Asquith also gives significant positive weight to the provision of low cost and secure energy. That weighting accords with the approach taken by the Secretary of State and a number of inspectors to renewable energy of a similar size, including very recently Inspector Major at Bishop's Itchington. A further key benefit of the appeal scheme is the provision of a striking biodiversity net gain of 100% for the appeal scheme, or 38% for the determined scheme. That goes far beyond mitigation and surpasses any requirement of local or national policy. The biodiversity benefits may be expected to endure beyond the operational life of the appeal proposal, and there is no evidence that they could be achieved were the solar farm not to go ahead, given the significant cost and efforts they will require. It is well acknowledged that there has been a significant decline in biodiversity over the last 50 years, with loss and degradation of much of the UK's habitats and species. Of the G7 countries, the UK has the lowest level of biodiversity remaining, and House of Commons Environmental Audit Committee considers action needs to be stepped up. The biodiversity benefits of the amended scheme are afforded significant positive weight by both Ms Tipper and Mr Asquith. Just to give one comparator, Inspector Baird in Halorton similarly considered a gain of 73% to be substantial and a benefit that attracted significant positive weight. Mr Asquith also identifies a series of additional environmental benefits to water, runoff, landscape character and sequestration of carbon in soils achieved through planting and changes in land use across the site, which improvements he together ascribes moderate positive weight. It's agreed with the Council that economically the development would contribute to building a strong, responsive and competitive economy through the creation of construction-related jobs and the ongoing contribution to the local and wider economy, including £150,000 per annum in business rates and operational management of the landscape and biodiversity, as well as the wider benefits of reducing reliance on imported fossil fuels. Mr Asquith and Ms Tipper give both these limited positive weight. Additionally, the provision of a new section of 590 metres permissive footpath, including circa 300 as an off-road alternative to the Brenda Parker Way, is agreed by Mr Wakefield to be a benefit that should be afforded some further limited positive weight. Mr Asquith explained that paragraph 100 of the framework is complied with. It is primarily focused on physical resource and does not mention visual amenity. Finally, in light of Mr Whitaker's clear evidence about the benefits of this particular location directly adjacent to Bramley substation and the notable current constraints on the grid around the country, Mr Asquith ascribes the grid connection offers significant positive weight. Ms Tipper agrees it is a benefit and gives it moderate positive weight. In Ms Tipper's analysis, the close connection to the substation would be preferential, allowing delivery more quickly and at less expense. In the round, Ms Tipper has identified only one adverse element, significant harm to landscape and visual. It remains entirely unclear how this is not outweighed by the extensive benefits she acknowledges, including substantial weight to renewables and significant weight to biodiversity net gain. While Ms Tipper said this is not a mechanical exercise, some balancing of benefits against harms must be involved. If not, there is no point whatsoever in the exercise of ascribing relative weight. Mr Ansis's proof did not acknowledge the public benefits of the scheme, and nor did it contain a planning balance. In the context of the climate change emergency, energy security crisis, and internationally recognised decline in biodiversity, this scheme, where impacts can be made acceptable and the benefits are weighty and substantial, should be granted permission without delay. Planning balance requires permission to be granted whether or not development plan conflict is found. Mr Asquith is clear that the benefits are so powerful that they amount to material considerations that demonstrably outweigh any harm. In conclusion, this is an urgently needed scheme, which accords with the development plan and is supported further by material considerations. The benefits far outweigh the temporary adverse impacts identified, and accordingly, sir, we ask you to grant planning permission subject to appropriate conditions. So you'll see Annex 1 is a note on the law that largely repeats what was set out in opening, with a few additional words here and there, but the effect and thrust of it is the same, so I don't propose to go over that. And unless we can assist you any further, those are our submissions.
Thank you. So give those a library reference of.
Sorry, sir, my computer was restarting, but I've given the references to Ms. Fitzherbert Green, so she'll assist me. There's a number for the closing.
So attendance closing, ID
22 and I think 23 for the and then the document I'm about to hand up is 24.
Yep.
And the document I'm about to hand up, so it's the table which has been updated over lunch, you know, the conditions. So that's 24.
Thank you. On that point, are the positions of the relative parties pointed out within the document, or do we need to have a further discussion on position 22?
So I think it's pointed out, I'll leave it to others to have whether further discussion is needed. What we've done is the first three columns are the same as they were in the original table, but we've done a fourth column with the outcome of the conversation this morning. There are a few conditions where their agreement hasn't been reached and those are set out, but where the agreement has been reached and perhaps the condition has changed slightly, that's set out, or if there's been no change, it says no change.
Okay, well, if the position of the parties is clear from the table, I'm happy to take that away and form my view on that. Mr. Anstice?
Yeah, the request I have is to be able to see it and have enough time to consider it to make sure it reflects everything that's been discussed, which I'm sure it does.
Is that again?
The only thing I'd like is time to have a look at it to make sure it reflects everything that's been discussed, which I'm sure it does.
Yusuf, quick 5-minute adjournment.
Yes, sir, sorry, I hadn't realised it hadn't gone to Mr. Francis, but I'll make sure that happens now.
Okay, we'll see. 20 past, let's adjourn for 5 minutes and come back. Can I have a look at the notes, please? And we'll resume the inquiry. Mr. Anstice, we'll have a quick look. Conditions?
I have, yes.
Condition 22.
Yes.
Okay, so parties are content this new schedule that I take away with me reflects the discussion we had this morning in conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Other, oh, sorry, someone saying so. Are there any applications for costs to be heard within the room?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have made the arrangements for the site visit, so those of you who are coming along, it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the agreed location to meet, and someone will bring along the drawings and the viewpoint.
Yes, we've just been talking about that, sir, behind the scenes.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have all expected documents? I think I do.
I hope so, sir.
Yes, okay. Just remains for me then to just thank everyone. Special thanks to the residents group. I know that coming along to something like this can be daunting if you haven't done it before. You can feel you're constantly being scolded by someone telling you what the other rules are. But thank you for your contribution. And thanks to everyone for coming along and making the contributions to the inquiry. Very close to Christmas, so I won't be the first to wish you this, I'm sure, but have a great Christmas and hopefully a peaceful and healthy 2023. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Merry Christmas.
The inquiry's closed.